correct information to the public to ensure the electoral process is transparent. Speaking during the National Election Pre-Conference in Nairobi, IEBC Chairperson Wafula Chebukati stated that the media is a major partner in ensuring the process of elections is transparent, as they have the trust of the public in playing their watchdog role. Chebukati further noted that the task of election management is not a one-man task, hence the need of working closely with the media to deliver credible, fair and transparent elections to the citizens, as that is what they are mandated to do.
It's our wish that the media is present in all the polling stations, all the tallying centers, and that we walk this journey together. So although the deadline for take seriously what you write, and as a commission we are ready to share the truth with you, and that's why we came to work together for information sharing and deal with the elephant in the room, the results transmission thing. Let's not complain that transparency has come, as some media houses are trying to do.
These, as Kenya Kwanza leaders sent the salvos to Azimio Brigade, maintaining that Kenyans will go to the polls with or without the Azimio team on the ballot. Ruto, while on a charm offensive of the North Rift region into Turkana County, the leaders said the digital register is the way to go.
Kama munasema hamuna imani na IEBC, kama munasema hamutaki kuungana na uchaguzi, ama hamutaki kushiriki uchaguzi bila ya manual register, tafadhali munaweza kujiondoa. Sisi wengine tutaendelea tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 kuchaguana.
Kutakuwa uchaguzi bila manual register, kwa sababu wewe mwenyewe ulisema hutaki kusikia mambo ya manual register mwaka wa 2017. Nini imekubadilisha sasa ndio nasema unataka manual register? You can't have your cake and eat it. We will not allow you to decide what is good for Kenya because it suits you. It will be good for Kenya because it suits all Kenya.
Ruto further maintaining that Kenya will have peaceful elections come August 9th. And Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga's rubbished UDA candidate William Ruto's empowerment of low-income earners through dishing out of wheelbarrows. Odinga, while campaigning in Kericho, dismissed the strategy as ineffective in addressing poverty, saying his proposed government had the solutions for Kenyans should they be voted into office.
Mimi niliweka watu wenu katika serikali. Marehemu Kipkale Kones. Siniweke waziri wa barabara na ujenzi. Na naona je la boso je wengi wakale kushinda Wajaluo katika serikali yangu. Sivyo? Kwa sisi tuko pamoja, ni watu moja. Mimi ndiko tayari kutembea na vijana na kina mama katika harakati ya ukombozi wa 3.
Watoto wetu hawana ajira, vijana hawana ajira. Baba amesema ataleta viwanda. Akileta viwanda na tukiboresha ukulima, watoto wetu watapata nini?
Baba na mangapi? Hakuna mtu amelazimishwa aje hapa. Iko umekuja hapa kusikia zera za baba na
Messages of peaceful elections and coexistence reverberated throughout the 2 days. Millions of Kenyans Muslims joined their brethren across the globe to conduct Eid al-Adha prayers. Leaders led by Mombasa Gubernatorial aspirant Abdul Samad Sharif Nasir said that Eid celebrations should bring people together, further asking Kenyans to maintain peace during the electioneering period, sentiments shared by other leaders.
Hii ni dia mwisho kabla ya elections. Panapo majaliwa tutashikana kama wana Mombasa, tutashikana. Leo tumesherehekea Eid, tutakuwa na siku nyingine kusherehekea sherehe nyingine ambazo kwamba ni za dini tofauti tofauti, na watu wataungana hivi hivi na sura za tabasamu hivi hivi. Hii ndio Mombasa.
Sisi tukiwa viongozi hapa tunasema kwa wakati huu amani tutaweka,
na sisi sote hivi sasa tunajua kwa uchumi wetu uko kwenye hali ya shida, tuko kwenye bahari ya shida kila mahali, na naomba Waislamu wenzangu na ndugu zetu wote wakumbuke wale ambao wako na shida.
Now, Kevin Kioko Bahati is set to vie for the Mathare parliamentary seat after the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission gazetted him as one of the candidates to vie in the August elections. This is despite a move by the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance to drop him in favor of Anthony Alwach. According to the Gazette notice, Bahati will contest the seat under the Jubilee Party. And with legal cases hanging on his neck, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission has gone ahead to list Nairobi Senator Johnson Sakaja's name in the Nairobi gubernatorial race. In a Gazette notice backdated to 30th of June, IEBC made public the gazetted list of candidates in the elective seats who will participate in the August elections. This is News. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
No, this wheelbarrow, how can you give people wheelbarrow? His party symbol is an umbrella. Is he distributing umbrellas in Makueni?
Have you been told if we don't lock between 10 to 4, this is what we're saving?
You try and call them, the same person who was in your house every day, because they know you are influential and you will give them votes. Call them after 1 month and see if they'll pick up their phone.
Don't tell your member of parliament that you want him to come and build a school, you want him to come and do a hospital. That is not the work of the member. Now that we have devolution in this country, these resources should go to those devolved units.
You have to have strong, independent institutions. And I mean, you have to have police who has the right to take the biggest town in the country and question, why did you do this and that, and send them to court if necessary.
Joel in Kericho, good morning.
Salama sana Eric, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama kabisa. Mbunge wako ni nani?
Anaitwa Silvanus Maritim, hapa ni Ainamoi.
Silvanus Maritim, Ainamoi.
Yes. Sasa ile juma nampambia yeye nini? Amadise aende. Asante sana.
That's it. The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Okay, good morning. We're starting Monday on a sad note. Something's happened on Thika Superhighway. So there's an accident. Somebody appears to have been knocked down under the footbridge near Allsops. And this is the exits and entry into Outer Ring Road. So if you're around there, just drive with caution as the person is still on the road. Okay. Anything else on the roads? Nothing to report, all right? But let's see how it'll be looking like. It's a public holiday today, so many people will be indoors. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Malindi. This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation
9 minutes
Room,
after 6.
the
Good
only
morning, and
way
how
to
are you
start
doing?
your
Welcome
day.
to Kenya's biggest conversation. It's still Eid, right? So we can still say Eid Mubarak. Shindio? It's the 11th day of July, 2022. CT?
Yes.
Eid Mubarak.
And to you as well. Yes.
Public holiday it is.
Yes, it is a public holiday. Yes. So us, we have a
You're
busy...
not public.
No. We have a busy working schedule on this public holiday.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nini kuonewa.
Jomo Kenyatta invented the term working holiday. It looks like almost a contradiction, but it actually isn't.
You take a working holiday to the coast.
That's the whole point. Yes, you're supposed to go and rest, but while you're resting, you work. So what I often wanted is, so the term is, I'm resting and working. Okay. If you have difficulties understanding the term,
it's like a half day like this. You work in the morning and then in the afternoon you
rest.
Out on the beach.
Yeah, so you work in the afternoon, but you rest in the morning.
Our colleague Ndu is not in today. We're giving her time to recover. She's all right. She's coming along nicely. Hopefully she'll be joining us later on in the week. But let's give her some time to rest. She's pushed herself as well a bit too much. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, welcome to the conversation. We will have some interesting guests this morning. At 7 o'clock, we'll have a conversation about an event that took place on Saturday, and this is the Million Women for Martha. People from the Martha Karua Campaign Secretariat, Daisy Maritime Minor, and the Head of Communications in the Martha Karua Secretariat, Diana Ngao, will be joining us at 7 a.m. to have the conversation about this A Million Women for Martha movement. Why a million? And who are these million? Do they have them? Are they recruiting? So then what happens when they get a million? So what do they do? Okay, we will have that conversation at 7 o'clock. 8 o'clock, let's have a conversation with Mark Bichachi. He's a political analyst, just looking into what's happening in the country, what's covered in the news in terms of politics as we head to the general election with days running down, 28 days to go. What are we seeing? What are we seeing at the national level? What are we seeing at the county level? What are we seeing for those who seek to join the National Assembly and the Senate? What kind of messaging are we getting here? 9 o'clock, we will have new entrants and discussing new entrants and what they hope to bring to the table when they are campaigning to join Parliament. Felix Odiwar is a man who wants to be the next Langata MP. He is commonly known as Jalango. He will be here with us at 9 o'clock. Let's hear, what does Jalango want to do for Langata? How different is he going to be from all the previous Langata MPs? Yes? Yes. So let me tell you about COVID. According to the Ministry of Health, yesterday, July 10th, we had 4 new recorded deaths and 88 new recorded cases of COVID-19 out of a sample size of 1,615. Positivity rate is dropping. It was in the 2 digits a couple of days ago. Yesterday's positivity rate was 5.4%. In terms of total number of people who've died from COVID-19 since 2020, 5,667. That is not a good number, but we urge everybody, just keep remembering that you have a role to play in terms of protecting yourself, and this is by going for the COVID-19 vaccine. Seek out where the vaccine is. Go get yourself vaccinated. Make sure that you observe all those measures. Mask up when you're in public. Make sure that you also wash your hands regularly, and make sure that you try and avoid as much as possible anything that brings you close to contact with COVID-19. So we are live streaming the show on SpiceFM KE, YouTube, Facebook and Twitter. The live stream is up, SpiceFM KE on Facebook and Twitter. If you're online, why don't you say hello to us, and we'll be saying hello to you after we take a look at the weather forecast, reminding you about Pocket by Mozilla. Mozilla wants you to know that they are the ones who are now running Pocket, the app. If you go to Google Play Store or Apple App Store, you are able to download this app. It helps you to curate the information that you're reading and consuming online. Whether it's text information, video or audio, what you do is once you download it, then you're able to actually save the very various links of content that you come across, whether you're coming across content on a standard website or any other, the BBC, whatever, a blog somewhere, you have a podcast somewhere and you want to save it to consume later, or you want to save it to refer to it later, you just do that on Pocket and you carry all the content in your pocket for later consumption. Good morning.
Do you sometimes come across all this interesting and amazing content online, and before you know it, you're 10 tabs in? Or sometimes your browser refreshes itself and you lose that video or write-up you were keen on. In these moments, I bet you wish you could store this content somewhere so it's accessible to you when you need it or want to share it. Well, You can. It is as simple as putting it in your pocket. Thanks to Pocket by Mozilla, you can curate what you love, save it to your list, and access it even when you're offline. It gets better. You have the option of listening to your favorite articles, and before you ask, of course you can watch video content as well as even when offline. Filter the best of the internet and download Pocket by Mozilla now. Available on iOS and Android. Stori zetu kikwetu. Standard Group's Farm Kenya initiative is the umbrella entity for all agriculture-related channels, activities and investments. The media platforms under the Farm Kenya initiative include the Smart Harvest Weekly Pullout in the Saturday Standard, KTN Farmers TV, a 24-hour agribusiness TV station, Maisha Kilimo, a weekly agriculture show on Radio Maisha, AgriTalk on SpiceFM's morning show The Situation Room, and Grind na Agribiz on Vibes Radio morning show Morning Vibes. Find us online at www.farmers.co.ke, an integrated website that creates and aggregates agri-content, hosts a digital marketplace, and wide range of agri-data. Other platforms include specialized events such as the annual Mkulima Expo, quarterly Farmers Kenya Breakfast, and dedicated social media platforms at Farm Kenya 254. Farm Kenya, working to secure your growth.
All right, expect some light rains today in Nairobi, highs of 22 and lows of 14. Mombasa, rain showers with highs of 27 and lows of 22. Malindi, rain showers as well with highs of 27 and lows of 23. Nyeri, rain showers, 19 is a high and low of 12. Nakuru City, mostly cloudy day at 23 and lows of 13. Kisumu City, partly cloudy day at 29 and lows of 18. Kakamega, partly cloudy at 28 and lows of 15. Kampala, Uganda, mostly sunny day at 27, lows of 18. Lagos, Nigeria, rain showers at 29 and lows of 34. Kinshasa, DRC, clear skies at 29. Dar es Salaam, mostly clear skies at 28. Johannesburg, clear skies, highs of 17. Beijing is sunny and it's going to be sunny later on this afternoon as well. 28 is a high and lows of 22. And Paris, France, clear skies at 30 and lows of 16. How is it going to look like in London? Clear skies at 31, lows of 19. And New York, they're waking up to clear skies at 27 and lows of 19.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
All right, at 18 minutes after 6, let me tell you who is on. Everybody is. Joni Vigetti is still alive. Stanley Ngashastan says that is some good news. Good morning, Stanley. Robert Bogo, good morning. Mombasa is tuned in. Mbuto Isaac, I'm tuned in from Atlanta. Ibrahim Brian, morning, listening in from Lokicha, Turkana County. Kagota Mukhwana, good morning, powerful team. My love to you. Love to you as well. Amos Freeman, good morning. Happy Monday, folks. Kimilili is well represented, and that is a very good thing. A very good morning to you. Willie Bazoo says, count me in. Willie Bazoo tuned in from Kitale, Birunda. Where is Birunda in Kitale City?
I don't know where Birunda in Kitale is.
Yeah?
No, I don't.
Says Kitale Birunda is tuned in. Amos Freeman, we've said, is representing Kimilili. Good morning, Edua Scrap Mwiki. Edua Scrap says, Mwiki huku kwa maskrepu, tunawageti vipropa, kasonge, as your design. Okay, ni sawa, tunakubali haya yote, and happy Eid to you as well. Happy Eid to all Muslim brothers and sisters. That's Joyce Akeki, Yebesh, locked in. Good morning. Amos Freeman, good morning. Enyata wa Nyavitunwa, Imara Daima, locked in. Evelyn Kavaya, morning on board for a new week. Tuning in all the way from Riyadh. Charity Minor, good morning. Milimani Estate in Nakuru is tuned in. James John is tuned in. Morning, my people. I'm listening from Kisumu City, Kisumu Dala. Bewa Macha is tuned in from, of course, where? Machakos. Everybody, you're awake so early on a public holiday. Asanteni sana for choosing to get up you and start your day with the Situation Room. The day's proverb.
Good morning, boys and girls.
The proverb of the day is brought to you by Aquafresh Fresh Gel.
We are still in the country of Lesotho. The kingdom of Lesotho.
Yeah.
If you are a flag, follow the wind.
If you're a flag, follow the wind.
Yes.
Okay. If you're a flag, follow the wind. Do what's expected of you.
Well, yes, but consider also the only thing a flag actually can follow is the wind. Yes, because by and large, a flag is held by a string and it's often attached to a pole. So its movement is really limited. And on its own, it'll simply hang. So any movement that we see from a flag has to be propelled and has to be powered by the wind. Yes.
Good one.
Yes.
If you're a flag, follow the wind.
Yes.
Brush your teeth twice a day with Aquafresh Fresh Gel. The secret to long-lasting fresh breath, strong teeth, and healthy
21
gums.
after 6. Let's look at what is covered in the papers today. www.standardmedia.co.ke. Premium content here is hits and misses in Uhuru's mega legacy projects. Has the imposing infrastructure translated into tangible benefits? That's a question they ask. They're starting a new series of conversation around the Uhuru legacy, and it's covered even in the papers today, page 10 and 11 of the Standard. Let me just tell you the headline, though, in the Nation. The Nation headline, The Roots of Wajakoya. He's the joker in the park with a shadowy past in the special branch and a platform of narcotics and the export of hyena testicles and a dress code that includes a durag. His manifesto, full of unreasoned policy proposals and crazy populism, and even the 3-bedroom state house that he's building back home, stands as a monument to his rich list of contradictions. So they have a huge photo here of Wajakoya. And then there's a photo here of what they say is Professor Wajakoya's new rural home that he's building in Ndangalasia village of Matungu, Kakamega County. And, well, it's a small house. It's not imposing. It's not what they're calling the State Lodge of Matungu. So the story here is about Wajakoya, you know, the person that he is and the person that he wants to be. This construction of the rural home is also being guarded. You see, he is entitled to state security. So he's getting state security even in this construction site. Every morning, 2 AP officers are dispatched to his home to guard Professor Wajakoya's homestead in Matungu, Kakamega County. And every evening, they are replaced by 2 others. Their presence in the homestead and indeed the village has bolstered the celebratory air around the Wajakoya presidential candidacy. Rarely is uniformed police presence felt here, unless on crime beats. And the spectacle of armed police officers guarding this neighborhood day and night somehow communicates, even in its uniformed muteness, the significance, some would say, the solemnity of the moment. Here, Wajakoya is already Rais. Yeah.
Right.
Standard headline or Business Daily headline?
Well, Standard headline is actually, yes, along the same lines, but a little more dramatic. Lofty promises whose plan will unlock trillions. Where will the candidates get the money to fund the ambitious projects they are promising Kenyans, with the servicing of debt and salaries taking the bulk of what the country collects? That is the headline in the Standard. Yes. In the Business Daily, something even more interesting. They are saying water prices are set to go up by 40%.
Where?
Nairobi. Okay. Nairobi water prices to rise by up to 40%. City Water firm has sought approval of higher tariffs to recover costs, pay loans, and upgrade infrastructure. Okay. You know, this one I must read because I find it particularly interesting.
Please, let's deal with that story.
Water bills for homes and business in Nairobi set to rise up to 40% if the regulator agrees to a fresh tariff review, setting the stage for a further squeeze on household budgets. The water service regulator said Friday that Nairobi City Water and Sewage Company had sought higher tariff review to recover costs, pay loans, and upgrade infrastructure. The Water Service Regulatory Board, WASREB, has given the more than 5 million residents of the capital a month to submit their views on the proposed higher consumer tariffs. The NCWSC, a subsidiary of the Nairobi County, has sought the regulator's approval to increase the water tariffs by 20.44 cents to 339.57 cents, depending on monthly consumption levels. Why this story I found particularly interesting is, yes, there have been many changes and things that have required perhaps a closer look. But what is it that would now require the raising of these costs, which they have not stipulated with clarity, when we know full well that, yes, COVID may have had an impact on things. We understand that. We also understand that with COVID, if you had borrowed money, because they're talking about loans, certain conditions and certain waivers were provided for. Things were not as tight as they were. So why do they talk about tariffs to recover costs, pay loans, and upgrade infrastructure? Why? Because I assume the costs and what you're repaying was the money you took to upgrade the infrastructure.
There are three things.
Yes.
There's the loan.
Yes.
There is to recover costs of service provision.
Yes.
And then there's upgrading the infrastructure.
Precisely, but I'm saying,
so
what
one
is the loan for?
Is capex. Whatever they use the loans for. Let's say they had loans, okay, and they need to repay the loans. But the amount of money that they're collecting, is it enough to run their operations and still pay the loans and still be able to expand infrastructure? So the argument would be, because it's a periodic review of the tariffs, the argument would be, because we've come now to the 3-year time for application to review our tariffs, we are basically putting in our application so we can review our tariff upwards. And it's because of all those things. Oh, we have loans, we need to improve our infrastructure.
Actually,
our operating costs have gone up.
You've explained it well, but I would have assumed, this is where my assumption comes in and I could be wrong, that when you borrow money, when you have costs for loans, costs for operations, upgrading infrastructure, are you telling us that this is something that must be done every 3 years? And if so, when you last upgraded, because this is a periodic process, what did you do? Because upgrading often means also the provision has been made smoother and efficiency has been increased. So your collection also should improve. It can't be that with every review, all you're talking about is the same thing you talked about the last time and talking about the same thing you need to do without telling us what was the result of what you did. Because as you say, it's a review every quarter. That I understand. So what did you do the previous quarter?
Yeah, I think that's where the second bit of the communication from the Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company needs to come from, which is basically an update on how they are doing in providing water. You see, it's a fully owned entity by the Nairobi City County.
It is a subsidiary.
Which means it's a public entity.
It is a public entity.
So it owes answers to the people, right? So one of the things that they ought to be doing is saying, this has been our program, this is our strategic plan, this is where we are in terms of provision of water. So X number of people now have access to water. In terms of sealing those loopholes that they've been talking about, burst pipes here and there, sewer, blah, blah, blah. Tell us what you've done.
Precisely. With infrastructure. Yes, because it may be a very simple explanation. Maybe the number of consumers have increased and you didn't have the infrastructure to supply them with the water they need.
Yes.
So if you don't have that infrastructure, you cannot collect money. All right? Maybe you need to increase the supply of the water that is now needed because of the increase. But these things have to be explained. So when you talk about requiring more money, in addition to telling us what you did with the previous one, you are telling us why this now becomes necessary. Now, how would you argue? The discussion in my mind would have been, this Nairobi Water and Sewage Company is doing a good job in informing the citizens about the things they are doing and the things they've done and how it is they hope to improve their lives. That would have been the discussion. But in the absence of this information, it's just questions and queries that keep arising. Yes.
You just see, okay, so they want to charge us more for the water that they don't supply.
Yes, so.
Okay, it's 6:30. Let's take a break. Let's take a look at the traffic. All right? Yes, let's do that. Kenya's biggest conversation, reminding you that as we are going into this election, it's all about election bila noma penda jirani. The Standard Group Center, that where SpiceFM is. Standard Group and SpiceFM are taking a lead on this particular conversation. We have got to make sure that we work with the National Cohesion and Integration Commission to push for Penda Jirani going into this election. Look at your neighbor as a neighbor. Don't look at your neighbor and brand them as Mio or Tangatanga or Wajakoya or Waihiga. Do not do that. Look at them as a neighbor. If they come and tell you that they're going to vote for Maore Waihiga, just say, okay.
Good for you.
That's good for you. Sawasawa, tukutane kwa debe. If they tell you they're going to vote for so-and-so as their preferred MCA, that's fine. Okay? Let everybody choose. We move on with life after August 9th.
Guess what? Cold Stone Creamery has amazing deals for you to indulge every day. This month, enjoy deals on 2 cups of creamy delicious ice cream from as low as 600 shillings and ice cream cakes from as low as 1,800 shillings. Visit any of our stores in Nairobi or Mombasa and indulge. Cold Stone Creamery, the ultimate ice cream experience.
Are you looking for employment and are tired of sending job applications without any response? Gone with no response? Tarmacking is now a thing of the past thanks to Skiza. Dial star 811 star 1 star 21 hash and subscribe to a ringback tune that reflects your qualifications only for 1.5 bob a day. And your callers will know your credentials and send you opportunities they come across. Set the tone with Skiza.
Election bila noma. What does this mean to you? Does it mean the opportunity to run your business peacefully and profitably during and after the elections? Does it mean a fair and transparent voting process, or does it mean setting aside tribal differences? For us in the Situation Room, it means a sense of community, a united nation, and the freedom to go about our daily lives without any fear. Tune in every weekday morning this week as we build up to the elections, and let's talk about Elections Bila Noma, which is brought to you in partnership with the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, NCIC. Election Bila Noma, Penda Jirani.
Africa is rapidly growing, and Merck Foundation is raising awareness about different social and health issues through fashion and art with purpose. Our Africa TV show on KTN Home will talk about issues that matter to you, such as diabetes awareness, ending child marriage, supporting girl education, and breaking infertility stigma, among other topics affecting the continent. Join Merck Foundation CEO Senator Dr. Rasha Kelej every Saturday at 5:30 p.m. as she talks to fashion designers, singers, and other personalities from across Africa.
Okay, it's early morning, so this area around Wakulima appears to be having some bit of a traffic snarl up. This is on Haile Selassie Avenue as you come from the roundabout with Landis Road. Getting down into that, coming all the way to Moi Avenue. So Moi Avenue, heading down from Haile Selassie to the Moi Avenue roundabout, this is at Railways. Going down, there's an issue, and coming up as well, there's an issue. Something is happening there. If you know what it is, just let us know, please. SpiceFM KE. Otherwise, all other roads are fine. Okay? Apart from the roads within the CBD that I can see are busy. Accra Road and Luthuli Avenue are quite busy this morning. It's the CBD. But that issue of Haile Selassie Avenue, let us know what's happening around Railways and around Wakulima Market. We ought to know and tell everybody else about it.
Spice FM, Malindi. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Okay. Sonko's name is missing as IEBC lists candidates for August polls. The electoral agency has dealt former Nairobi Governor Mike Mbuvi Sonko a huge blow by leaving him out of the list of candidates contesting for various electoral positions in the August 9th election. In the July 1st Gazette notice released by the IEBC yesterday, the body did not include the Wiper Party hopeful in the Mombasa gubernatorial race. The Commission also ignored Wiper's replacement Kisauni MP Ali Mbogo, despite IEBC lawyer Edwin Mukele confirming to the High Court that the party had submitted a letter to the agency nominating the legislator as its gubernatorial candidates. The High Court had temporarily barred IEBC from publishing the Mombasa candidates in the Kenya Gazette. Those gazetted are Daniel Kitsao, who's an independent candidate, Hassan Omar, who's a UDA candidate, William Kingi, who's a PAR candidate, Hezron Awiti of VDP, Abdul Somad Sharif Nasir of ODM, and Shafi Makazi of UPIA. How many candidates are those? There's Daniel Kitsao, Hassan Omar, William Kingi, Hezron Awiti, Abdul Somad Nasir, Shafi Makazi. Six. Minus Wiper. Sonko, however, expressed optimism that the court will rule in his favor. I'm asking my supporters to remain calm. As we wait for Friday's ruling, I'm sure I'll win and I'll be on the ballot. This battle, I do not understand it.
Why?
From Wiper's perspective, from Sonko's perspective.
Explain to me what you mean, sir.
Let's start with Wiper, okay? So remember when we even discussed it the other day, what they told the court is now we have made Ali Mbogo the candidate and Sonko the running mate. If Sonko is the poison pill, why include the poison pill at all on the ticket?
Why didn't they have Ali Mbogo as their candidate for the gubernatorial seat to begin with?
And somebody else as his running mate.
You know, there's something...
You could say that they're trying to, rally the popularity of Wiper, and especially the Kamba community around Mombasa. Okay.
No, that logic will run against some strong headwinds, and I'll explain why.
Explain.
The reality about the county systems that we have is that counties belong to locals. Now, you may have been born there, but your heritage and your ancestry is another part of the country. There are things that will not be spoken of loudly, but it is expected. If, say, somebody who has lived in an area and essentially is a citizen of that place, they'll say, okay, MP may be councillor, we understand. For instance, if you had somebody whose ancestry was the Kamba nation and is in Changamwe, no one will kick a fuss because the population of people from that community there are many. If you went to Shimba Hills, it would be the same thing. If you went to Mariakani, it would be the same thing. Some parts of Majengo and Mombasa, it could be the same thing. But unfortunately, the top seat of that county, it is frowned upon when somebody whose ancestry is not considered indigenous wants to gun for it. It will not be spoken of loudly, but it is something that people frown upon and say, surely.
How many indigenous communities do we have in Mombasa County?
The indigenous are the Swahili, the Giriama, they call it the Mijikenda.
The Mijikenda.
That's just about it.
So Swahili and Mijikenda.
Those are the indigenous. Everybody else came as traders,
the Arabic
visitors.
Visitors.
Those are visitors. They can claim... You see, the claim is that the Swahili are a mixture of the Arabs and the locals, all right? But those whose ancestry is Arabic and are Arabs, it is not spoken of loudly, but they will be considered outsiders, visitors. Yes. You see...
But yes, be that as it may, there is a sizable population of voters, just like you've said, of the Kamba.
It's extremely sizable.
And Wiper has had a candidate in this gubernatorial race since 2013.
Yes, they have.
Whether it was Shabal was in Wiper at some point.
He's a local.
And he was a Wiper candidate in 2013.
Yes.
Right? Alongside the person who actually even went ahead to win the Senate seats. And this is the one who's running for governor now. The UDA candidate.
Precisely.
Yes. Hassan Omar. He was in Wiper.
Hassan Omar was in Wiper.
He appealed to that voting bloc. So maybe it's that the strength of that voting bloc that just...
Oh, it makes a lot of sense. You see, politically, it makes... I am actually talking about the social perspective in all these matters. Essentially, it will be viewed by some quarters as imposing someone who. See, ordinarily, it wouldn't be an issue. Ordinarily, because one of the most tolerant communities are the communities at the coast. But to understand it, there is a very sizable Kamba population in Taita Taveta.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
And you've even had members of parliament from that community, but people who are citizens of Taita Taveta.
Yes.
You've seen it.
Yes.
Now, if somebody from that community wanted to garner for the gubernatorial seat and was supported by Wiper, you may not hear noise being made, but there'll be grumblings. The point I'm trying to raise here is this. When you look at the leanings that people have politically, there are rumbles that are quiet, but a place where they argue ethnicity doesn't really matter. And oddly enough, the person who actually brought that to the fore was this Mike Mbuvi Sonko, because this is a man who was elected by a cross-section of all the citizens of Nairobi. Okay? So he ushered in that era where the community you come from didn't really matter. But I'm saying the county system, unfortunately, doesn't quite work that way. People tend to feel that this county is theirs, and the ethnicity and the originality of that ethnicity is a factor. I'm simply stating what I consider to be a simple fact.
All right. Got it. I get it. So let's see then what happens to this particular one. He's been left out. Whether they're going to do a corrigenda. I saw IEBC chairperson of Wafula Chebukati also talking about the Kiambu senatorial race. There's the candidate Karungo Wadhangwa,
yes,
who had been left out and the matter has gone to court. And the issue here is that Karungo Wadhangwa was a CEC under Babayao's government.
Yes.
And he had been impeached by the county assembly.
Yes.
And Babayao had not effected that impeachment. But when Babayao was himself impeached, the new governor who came in just effected what the county assembly had said. So the issue against Karungo Wadhangwa is similar to the issue against Mike Mbuvi Sonko. You have been removed, have been found unfit to hold public office. Why should you be on the ballot? This one, though, Karungo has won in court, and IEBC has said, yes, we're going to issue a corrigenda and add his name into the list of candidates. Songo, tuone, maybe they may do the same after the Friday ruling. Another story.
You know, the stories abound, but why don't I look at something in the East African?
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Now, there has been a problem between DRC and Rwanda. It's something that I will talk about continuously in the course of the week, but just to introduce the discussion. It has risen to the point where mediation has been required of the East and Central African neighbors. Okay? Now, the group that is supposedly causing the headache is called M23. Okay. And unfortunately, the hard truths around it are things that one doesn't discuss. One talks about, well, there is this problem. There are these fellows who went across the border and they've been causing problems. But the good thing is that the East African leaders have taken note and they are now beginning to actually have discussions around how to resolve this matter.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Now, let me just talk a little bit about it. This is what they say. In the first installment, there's a writer here by the name of Getete Nyeringabo, traces the M23 menace in Congo, why it sticks to date, and how it has influenced the region's geopolitics. Soon after, Yoweri Museveni's, Uganda's president, was elected president of the OAU, the predecessor of the African Union, the Rwandan Patriotic Front, composed of Rwandan exiles and refugees, mostly Tutsis, decided to attack Rwanda on October 1st, 1990, using its country as a launching pad. All right? Now, the story goes on and it explains a story that many people understand. Now, the rebels who then took over and are now a representation of those who are ruling the country of Rwanda expelled the sitting army and those who supported them, and many of them went into DRC.
Yes.
They didn't fizzle out. They went to DRC.
Yes.
And they've been living in DRC. That entire length of time, not only have they lived in DRC, they have grown, some even have grandchildren. Okay? Now remember, if they had issues then in the 1990s, they will still have issues now. The only problem is those issues will have grown. So now, it's just not reported regularly, but there have been those issues of incursions into Rwanda and the Rwandese army also making incursions into DRC. So now the question is, DRC accommodates these people.
Yes.
Rwanda doesn't see why not. Are they refugees? Have they been granted citizenship in DRC? Under what conditions? And how can peace be found? Now, these are the discussions that are taking place, and I'll be looking into the details in the course of the week and how this is affecting the geopolitics of our region.
Who's taking advantage and using M23 as a front?
Now that
Remember when the heads of state met in Nairobi to discuss the issue of the DRC?
I recall.
And it was just late last month. And they approved the deployment of military forces into DRC to deal with this issue. Yep. One of the things that they are just not telling us is they are not telling us exactly who is who's benefiting from these skirmishes. Who is benefiting from whatever is going on in that part of the DRC?
No.
And I mean, it had to bring in the generals from the countries to actually come out and tell the presidents, you know what, Your Excellencies, we need to send troops into this country. That too is a question. And America immediately issued a statement saying, yes, we agree with what has been discussed here by the East African heads of state in Kenya.
All isn't well in this sense. Remember, at the time when there were problems arising, there's a little history that must be spoken of. The president of Rwanda right now had been in the Ugandan military, and he was an intelligence officer then. Please remember. Over time, we've had situations where we've discussed the unease that exists between Rwanda and Uganda.
Yes.
Okay? Now, in addition to that, they have the issues of the M23 have never ceased. It's just a question of when they're highlighted. But Uganda, on their own, also have problems in their northern parts. Again, it isn't highlighted and isn't talked about every day, but then there are these problems. Yes. So, even when heads of state meet, what is reported and told to us is usually just a tip of the iceberg. Because the group that is in DRC is known, and it is not a small group, and it doesn't diminish. My view is that it has increased with time. What do they want? And this thing that they want, how can it be resolved? Can there be lasting peace between this group that actually ran away and the current government? Is it possible for them to find a space in which they can coexist? Now, that...
Do they want that?
Yep.
Does the group itself want that?
Can they be made to see the benefits of actually having that? Now, these are the questions that are being asked.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's see how it plays out. There's an open letter, and I'd like to read this open letter. An open letter. People have taken up space as an advertising space, a quarter page on The Nation. An open letter to His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency, we are constrained to address you through the media, but it's as a result of desperation as we have struggled to reach Your Excellency in the last 9 years or so without success. We are a large group of Nyandarua residents, about 3,000 odd farmers, comprising individuals, self-help groups, cooperatives, all representing an estimated 12,000 households from across the entire county and beyond. Since 2003, when the Honorable Mwai Kibaki took over the presidency, the government, through the Settlement Funds Trustee, allocated the farmers some 25 acres of Njabini, on which they struggled for about 10 years to put up an agro-processing facility comprising cold storage go-downs and an integrated unit of factories, one for dehydration and one for fresh produce and another for livestock feed. Just when the facility was cranked into operation, which coincided with your taking over of the presidency, the government, through the Ministry of Agriculture, claimed that the farmers' property was irregularly allocated and brought in the Anti-Corruption Commission with the aim of wrenching the property, which is now a fully fledged modern agro-processing facility, from the farmers. With the urging of the then PS in the Ministry of Agriculture, EACC instituted 2 cases against the farmers through their agro-processing vehicle, Midlands Limited, one criminal and the other civil. The state lost the criminal case, but the civil case is still pending hearing almost 10 years down the road. Meanwhile, the farmers' agro-processing facility, the most modern farmers-initiated agro-industry facility in Kenya, lies idle and wasting away. And this at the time when the country is in dire need of such facilities. Your Excellency, we are aware that you are keen on promoting investment in the country for all sorts of good reasons, such as improving incomes, job creation, food security, etc. Just recently, you are reported to be urging Portuguese nationals to come invest in Kenya. No doubt they will be given assistance by the government, including allocation of land if they needed the invitation. Shouldn't the local investor be accorded the same, if not better, assistance? That's why we believe you've never been appraised of the Midland saga. Farmers from an entire county came together. They put up $1 billion shillings facility to salvage their ever-wasted fresh produce, potatoes, carrots, peas, kales, etc. And then the government flagged it down to a halt, thus aggravating fresh produce wastage and the attendant poverty amongst the farmers. Nyandarua farmers are now asking a very genuine question. If the court were to determine that the SFT allocated the land irregularly, shall the government pull down the farmers' agro-processing facility, or shall it regularize the allocation? Your Excellency, we are coming to you through this unorthodox route at this 11th hour of your reign, because we believe that when we become aware of these prevailing contradictions, you'll do what it takes to salvage the farmers' facility and even help to revive it. So this is what they're talking about. Farmers came together. They claim that they were allocated 25 acres of land through the Settlement Trustees Fund by the Mwai Kibaki administration. They came together. They put up factories, a rehydration factory, a fresh produce factory, and a livestock feed factory. Then the Uhuru government comes in and EACC is deployed, and they say, this Midlands Limited is a private entity that is encroaching on public land which was irregularly allocated to them. The factory has been lying idle. Carrots, cabbages, potatoes from Jabine and around there, Jabine, Engineer, all those places of Nyandarua County are going to waste. Because they don't have what? Just a processing factory.
Don't you find this strange?
Quite.
I mean, to the point of absurdity. It is not the government's money. Farmers have set up a processing plant that will even help the government in the sense that you will have produce all the year round, and they know full well that the transportation of these goods, the selling of these goods, is part of that process that raises the government money.
Mm-hmm.
If there was an anomaly, they've asked a valid question. Should it not be that the government would now seek to regularize that which was hindering the normalcy, make it normal, instead of putting a halt to the process that clearly would be of enormous benefit to very many people? I have to ask the question, who made that decision and who was in charge of that particular ministry, and why pull such a stunt?
It's odd, it's bizarre. Let's look at it from both sides, okay? Let's take what these farmers are saying as their side of the story. So farmers through this trustee fund, the settlement funds trustee, are allocated a piece of land, 25 acres, to put up a factory.
When were they allocated this land?
This
in the Kibaki era,
in the Kibaki era.
Yes.
Okay. That means it's just about 20 years ago. Within the last 20 years. Then they collect money, they mobilize money, they put up this facility. Then this administration or EACC goes and investigates, and they find there were irregularities in the allocation of this piece of land. So now let's look at the EACC side. So supposing that actually this Midland Limited does not show proper representation of farmers in their true sense, but maybe it's some individuals who are masquerading as representatives of farmers of Nyandarua County. Let's even suppose that, okay? And were allocated this piece of land, and they've set up a factory. What should be the best course of action? Is it not just sitting down this and telling them, look, you don't represent farmers. Come to us and show us how farmers are represented here. And then you, trustee fund, show us the minutes of deliberations between the trustees on the allocation of this piece of land. let's regularize this thing. Let's make sure that there's something that actually benefits the farmers. It's a way to go. But it appears it's something.
Nyandarua, as is Laikipia, you will find that there are myriads of stories. I'm being deliberately dramatic here. Of situations where there were associations formed to buy land buying company. Supposedly people paid money so that they could get the allocation. Supposedly that didn't quite happen that way, and a couple of individuals then are the ones who ended up owning the land. It is not a new story in this country. So if one supposes that this is a story that follows that same route, they wouldn't be far off. But then the truth of the matter is, the farmers in Nyandarua do need such a facility.
Yeah.
The tales of war, of their produce rotting in the fields, is not a pleasant story. It isn't pleasant because at the time when you find or you hear of farmers spilling their milk, produce rotting, there are parts of the country where people would happily have received it because they're dying of hunger.
That's true. That's true. There's a lot more that needs to be done better here than what we're seeing being done. Yeah? Shall we conclude this review with this story from Sri Lanka?
That, I think, is a story that...
What's happening in Sri Lanka?
My friend.
Okay. So, a chronology of things. The Rajapaksa family, the president is a Rajapaksa. The prime minister is his brother, Rajapaksa. One of the ministers in charge of finance is a cousin, Rajapaksa.
Yep.
One of the president's sons is, a minister. The prime minister's son is the prime minister's advisor. All those things. The Rajapaksa family has been there. Is the dynasty of Sri Lanka.
No.
Country was doing very well. Then they get to a point when the country stops doing very well and starts doing very badly. They are not able to import. They don't have access to foreign exchange, not able to import basic products like petroleum, not able to import fertilizer.
And guess who will be blamed?
Medicine.
Who do you think will be blamed?
The war in Ukraine.
Precisely.
and COVID.
And when they blame the war in Ukraine and COVID, who else will they blame?
The
Rajapaksa family.
The Rajapaksa family.
Precisely.
The Rajapaksa family now has faced some intense pressure. People took to the streets. They raided parliament. An MP was killed. People took to the streets. The Prime Minister Rajapaksa had to step down. People took to the streets. The president stayed in office and said, I'm going to make changes. They saw you're not making changes. They have now invaded his state house. People went into the Sri Lankan State House, the President's Palace, and they are now there. They are taking photos, they are celebrating, they are sending pictures and posting on social media.
Of note, Eric, significant note, is how it is the security forces have handled these matters.
Yes.
Because you do not hear of news of citizens being shot or citizens dying. They, in fact, have been appealing to the citizens to maintain peace.
Yep.
Because had they acted in the manner in which we see many security forces doing across the globe, by now hundreds of people would have been rendered dead. So what this tells me is that Sri Lanka will find a way out of this problem.
That's true. The security forces are actually now being reported as those who are also posing with the protesters, taking pictures and telling them, it's okay, guys, just get in here. Also, something to note is that the people have entered the president's palace. The people are not walking out with anything from the president's palace.
No looting.
There's no looting that's taking place.
Yes.
In fact, there are even posters that have been posted by the leaders of the protests. Okay, people do not destroy this painting. It was not done by Rajapaksa. Just leave it here, okay? He has nothing at all to do with this. Leave everything as you find it. Just take photos, walk around, see what this is. We've never been here. Come in, experience the State House, and let's go home. No looting.
Zero. And the opposition have done something that many opposition don't seem... The opposition have all come together. And they've said, together we can get the numbers that can enable us to form a government. And they're heading in that direction. So Sri Lanka may yet have a peaceful solution to the problems that they're having. The only thing is, the things that have brought the situation to where they are haven't gone away.
Oh, yes. those ones will require some serious interventions to reverse.
Yes.
Access to foreign exchange, so they can even import medicine. There are no medicines in hospitals.
Nope.
There's no fuel. No. We talk about high cost of fuel in this country. There's fuel. In that country, no fuel. It's bad. Keep it here for more. Good morning. It's now 7 o'clock.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. We start this bulletin with the breaking story where fire has erupted at the National Broadcast Premises KBC. Because of the fire is unknown, but we are keeping tabs on the development and will bring you latest in your subsequent news bulletin. Rescue operations are ongoing again. Fire has erupted at the National Broadcast Premises KBC. Because of the fire is unknown, but we are keeping tabs on the development and will bring you the latest in our subsequent news bulletin. Rescue operations are ongoing. The Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission says it is dedicated to working closely with the media to deliver correct information to the public to ensure the electoral process is transparent. Speaking during the National Election Pre-Conference in Nairobi, IEBC Chairperson Ofula Chebukati stated that the media is a major partner in ensuring the process of election is transparent, as they have the trust of the public in playing their watchdog role. Chebukati further noted that the task of election management is not a one-man task, hence the need of working closely with the media to deliver credible, fair and transparent elections to the citizens, as that is what they are mandated to do.
It's our wish that the media is present in all the polling stations, all the tallying centers, and that we walk this journey together. So although the deadline for take seriously what you write, and as a commission we are ready to share the truth with you, and that's why we came to work together for information sharing and deal with the elephant in the room, the results transmission thing. Let's not complain that transparency has come, as some media houses are trying to do.
And Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga's rubbish UDA candidate William Ruto's empowerment of low-income earners through dishing out wheelbarrows. Odinga, while campaigning in Kericho, dismissed the strategy as ineffective and addressing poverty, saying his proposed government had the solutions for Kenya's problems should they vote them in on August 9th. Odinga, who is vying for the nation's highest office alongside his running mate Martha Karua, promised to improve on the economy of the country, further promising locals that they will enhance the manufacturing sector that will create jobs for the youth.
Ndio niweka watu wenu katika serikali. Marehemu Kipukale Kones. Siniweke waziri wa barabara na ujenzi. Na naona je la boso je wengi wakale kushinda wajaluo katika serikali yangu. Sivyo? Kwa sisi tuko pamoja, ni watu moja. Mimi ndiko tayari kutembea na vijana na kina mama katika harakati ya ukombozi wa tatu.
Watoto wetu hawana ajira, vijana hawana ajira. Baba amesema ataleta viwanda. Akileta viwanda na tukiboresha ukulima, watoto wetu watapata nini?
These as Kenya Kwanza leaders send their salvos to Azimio Brigade, maintaining that Kenyans will go to the polls with or without the Azimio team on the ballot. Ruto, while on a charm offensive of the North Rift region in Turkana County, the leaders said that the digital register is the way to go.
Kama munasema hamuna imani na IEBC, kama munasema hamutaki kuungana na uchaguzi, ama hamutaki kushiriki uchaguzi bila ya manual register, tafadhali munaweza kujiondoa. Sisi wengine tutaendelea tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 kuchaguana.
Kutakuwa uchaguzi bila manual register, kwa sababu wewe mwenyewe ulisema hutaki kusikia mambo ya manual register mwaka wa 2017. Nini imekubadilisha sasa ndio nasema unataka manual register? You can't have your cake and eat it. We will not allow you to decide what is good for Kenya because it suits you. It will be good for Kenya because it suits all Kenya.
Ruto further giving an assurance that Kenya will have peace. peaceful elections.
It is our responsibility. It is our responsibility to build institutions so that they can help us manage our democracy. Let us not engage ourselves in destroying every institution. And I want to promise the people of Kenya that we will have peaceful elections on 9th of August, whether the Azimio people want it or not.
Chebukati ataiba kura, mara anasema hataki manual register, mara anasema hana imani na IEBC. Tunataka kuambia wewe mzee wa kitendawili, wewe kama mchezaji huwezi kuchagua referee wa game yako. Wachana na Chebukati afanye kazi yake, wewe tafuta kura na tunajua tunaenda kukushinda vibaya sana.
Now, with legal cases hanging on his neck, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission is going to head to list Nairobi Senator Johnson Sakaja's name in the Nairobi gubernatorial race. In a Gazette notice backdated to 30th of June, IEBC made public the gazetted list of candidates in the elective seats who will participate in the August election. Sakaja expressed delight with the Gazette notice, saying that he remains hopeful. This is Newswire. Dennis Sasato. Good morning.
The news on SpiceFM is brought to you by the Communications Authority of Kenya. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
You know, it's a public holiday, so you don't expect much to be happening on the roads this morning. Mombasa Road is clear, Thika Road is clear, Langata Road is clear, Ngong Road is clear, Jaguar Road is clear. But the roads within the CBD have some issues. So let's begin with this one. Haile Selassie Avenue begins from very far up the road near Ngong Road and comes all the way down. So, but Haile Selassie Avenue now, the stretch around Wakulima Market and railways, there's something that's happening because it's very, very busy this morning. Coming down from Landis Road up towards railways, and then the road Haile Selassie going down towards railways at Moi Avenue roundabout and going down towards Kamukunji, it's also busy. That's the only one that I can say is extremely busy. Of course, it then affects the other roads around there, Moi Avenue included. So let's find out what exactly is happening. And if you know, please tag us on Twitter, SpiceFMKE. Maybe it's just normal traffic. You see, Wakulima Market doesn't know holidays. It's operating throughout. Let's find out, and then we'll let you know. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
Good morning. It's 8 minutes after 7. Happy Eid Mubarak, right? Yes, everybody, all our Muslim brothers and sisters, and everybody who's enjoying this public holiday, have a good one. We're here until 10 o'clock, as we always are. And before we welcome our two guests who are joining us this morning into the show, the day's proverb.
Good morning, boys and girls.
The
proverb is from the kingdom of
Aqua Fresh Gel.
written Lesotho, pronounced by others Lesotho. But nonetheless, as long as you understand where the country is and you know it exists, that's good enough. The proverb, if you are a flag, follow the wind.
If you're a flag, follow the wind.
Yes.
Okay.
So do what you're supposed to do.
To put it simply, without any drama, yes. But if you want to throw in drama...
First of all, I think the thing is, if you're a flag, know that you're a flag.
Yes.
And live like a flag. Okay.
Eric. Okay, fine.
Do what a flag does.
Yes.
Don't start doing things. Don't be the wind. You follow the wind. Okay, this one is from Lesotho.
Brush your teeth twice a day with Aqua Fresh.
So an
Fresh
event
Gel.
happened
It's
on
long-lasting fresh
Saturday,
breath,
and
strong
this
teeth and
was
healthy gums.
something about 1 million women for Martha Karua. We are joined by two people from the Martha Karua campaign secretariat. Daisy Maritim Maina is a member of the secretariat, and Diana Ngao is the head of communications at the secretariat. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Eric.
Good to have you on Kenya's biggest conversation.
Very happy to be here.
Yeah.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
It's a privilege. Yeah, it's an honor.
It's an honor on our part.
It is on our part.
Mtatoa kakitu.
Bora sio kubwa.
Mtatoa kakitu. Diana, you're head of communication at the Martha Karua Secretariat.
Mhm.
What is the Martha Karua Secretariat?
The Martha Karua Secretariat is really the main organ that is supporting the Running Mate campaign. So apart from the Presidential Campaign Secretariat, we also support her individual campaign as Running Mate of the Azimio presidential campaign. Yeah.
If I look puzzled, it's because I'm puzzled.
Okay.
Presidential campaign involves the deputy as well. Otherwise, it isn't a presidential campaign because we have a presidency. Okay?
Yeah.
So now, how then do we demarcate this? How then do we then have a campaign that only seems to focus on the deputy president's position?
I think it's not a focus because there's maybe you can look at it this way. Before she was appointed running mate, she had a team, and that is the team that is behind her. And so we work very closely with the Presidential Secretariat, which pre-existed Martha Karua's candidacy. So it is a coming together and a forming of synergies between the two candidates.
So was the team working for Martha Karua, the NARC Kenya party leader, or was it working for Martha Karua, the person, the politician?
It was working for Martha Karua, the person, the
I
politician.
see. Okay.
Yes, there were people who were members or are members of NARC Kenya, but solely the team behind her was a team of people who believed in her, and yeah.
Okay.
Are you
So
still puzzled, Charles?
What do you do now as a secretariat?
What do we do now?
Yes.
We support the Raila Odinga Presidential Secretariat in managing the campaign. And our focus really is it's demarcated to the running mate campaign, because there are times where you see Martha Karua is on her own going to campaign without her principal, and now we're the ones supporting the that campaign activity.
Okay. So there's a lot about packaging Martha Karua then. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
There's positioning Martha Karua as, a suitable leader, as a probable candidate for presidency, even before she was picked to be Raila's running mate. So what is this image that you've been crafting around Martha Karua? Who is Martha Karua?
Martha Karua is, in one word, a stateswoman. She is a politician with a long and known history of integrity, of service, of straightforwardness. And now, as the deputy presidential running mate, she espouses the aspirations of women. She is the closest, as Kenyan women, we have come to the presidency, because she is the first running mate in a front-running ticket. So she represents all those things.
So I'm hearing a lot of the packaging around being woman, appealing to the woman vote, and also appealing to the others. But the primary appeal here is around the woman, around her gender. Is that so, Diana?
I'd say not the primary, because she started by saying that Martha Karua is a stateswoman, and she represents the aspirations not only of women but really of a better Kenya, because this has been Martha Karua's journey. She has been fighting for a better Kenya, and we've always seen her on the side of the people's interests. So Martha Karua, let alone being a woman, is also the kind of leader that fights for the interests and defends the interests of the people. So away from the gender card that makes her who she is, she's also this national leader who has been there, whether in government or out of government. We hear her voice fighting for the people.
You know, whenever one hears of the term fighting for the people, broadly speaking, one hears of the voice of a politician, because all politicians, whether they are fighting or sitting or standing for the people, the people are part of the equation and part of the language that politicians use.
Yes.
Okay? Martha Karua's reputation, without a shadow of a doubt, is clear in many ways. But she's a politician. And politicians, by definition in this country, are an amalgam of many things. Now, the things that you say are the things that one could argue are preeminent and the things that come to the fore.
Yeah.
But you cannot survive in politics for as long as Martha has and not be a tough cookie, if I may use the term.
Yeah.
You must be someone who is resilient, somebody who has a singular focus that is often beyond compare.
Yeah.
Now, in the time you've worked for Martha Karua, what would you say are some of the issues that Martha has had to overcome? Because to get to where Martha is, she has overcome certain things. What has she had to overcome?
She has had to overcome patriarchy.
Yeah.
She's had to overcome. Yes. Because first of all, the very nature of the profession she has, or the career she has chosen to pursue, is very patriarchal in nature. It is male dominated. However, in terms of overcoming it, we can say that she started with a bang. Because at, I think she was 34 when she first became Member of Parliament.
Yeah. And floored the incumbent.
The incumbent, who was a Kenyatta man. Karevi.
Not just a Kenyatta man. That person had been head of the civil service.
Yeah. The first one of African or Kenyan descent.
Yes.
So that was no mean feat. So she has continually needed to overcome patriarchy, but she started by overcoming not just patriarchy, but patriarchy that was encouraged in the system. Yeah.
So when you talk about packaging Martha Karua, like you've said, she's self-made, right? She, at 34, got into politics, won, floored a giant, has risen over the years, has championed, has been visible. So when the Secretariat comes now in to say, let's now fine-tune the packaging of Martha Karua into a proper brand, what does it entail? What is it that you have been doing, behind the scenes? Just take us through some leakage of what you do in the engine room.
Our secrets.
Yes.
Behind the scenes, the goodness of working for Martha Karua is that she's already a known brand, and there's really not that much work we need to do in terms of informing people of who Martha Karua is.
Actually, you do.
Where we fall, where the work begins or starts is really just erasing some of the patriarchal terms that have been associated with her. Because when she's tough, she's told she's angry. When she's assertive, she walks out on everyone. So our job, also part of, I'm saying in terms of the communications of her secretariat, is really being able to package that it's not that she's angry all the time. It's not that she gets upset and walks out. It's being able to help people understand that these are some of the principles that make Martha. And the only reason that she's been... there's this perception that she's angry is because she's a woman. Because if a man was to do that, they wouldn't be called angry. It wouldn't look negative.
They'd be called strong.
Yeah, they'd be called strong.
They'll be the boss.
Right? And she was even said that the only man in Kibaki's government right?
Is that positive or negative from where you stand?
It is both.
It is both.
It is both because it implies that her strength, her resilience, her taking a stand when she was in Kibaki's cabinet were attributes that were supposed to be of a man, but she just happens to be a woman, and so she's an anomaly. So
that's a positive side.
No, that's the negative side.
That's the negative.
That's the negative side. The positive side is that it was meant to be a compliment. Yeah.
That she's equal to men.
That she is equal to men.
If not better.
If not better. So it is a compliment, but it is sad because then men are supposedly the SI unit for excellence or for achievement. But the other thing, Eric, to answer your question, is something that Raila Odinga said when he appointed her the running mate for the Azimio coalition, is that he wants her to head the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. And this is important for three reasons. Number one, Martha Karua's training and competence is I would say obvious. She's a senior counsel. And then secondly, what we have mentioned, her history of integrity. So she's somebody who has proven herself to be anti-corruption, but also has, walked the talk. But then thirdly, we feel at a point in our political culture where we've faced such a steady decline in our political culture in terms of accountability at the leadership level, in terms of corruption, in terms of representing the people in a way that espouses integrity. And so we are at a very delicate point where we need, and if I could use the word, some sort of redemption. And she's the woman to do it.
Do you see any danger in that?
In what? In
her, let's say, nomination as the person to spearhead justice and constitutional affairs in an Azimio government.
In what sense, Eric?
I'm asking, do you see any? Then I'll tell you whether I see any. Yes or no, do you see any?
Because we have looked at it 360s, there's definitely pitfalls, including the very first one, which is even a constitutional interpretation of his pronouncement.
Yeah. Okay.
Because Article 147 of the Constitution states that a deputy president cannot hold any other state job. However, and I speak this in my personal representation of how I see it, I think Raila's was a declaration of intent. It's a declaration of intent that she would in some way be either a patron or an overseer of the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs.
Okay.
You could make a constitutional interpretation based on what the functions of the president himself or herself are. And one of the functions of the president is to oversee departments and ministries. Now, Article 147, which lays out the functions of the deputy president, says that the deputy president shall deputize the president and shall also
perform any other duty assigned by.
Yes. Assigned by the president. But those duties must in the first place belong to the president. You understand? So, so it's about taking that interpretation and for the Azimio government to find a way for her, as Martha Karua, to still have some presiding role in that ministry. However, we are also cognizant of another pitfall, which is the separation or the independence of the judiciary and the presidency. So it means then that her role should be narrowed to specific things that are within the intentions of Raila Odinga, the president.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should it be corruption? Should it be expediting cases that have to do with public funds and that kind of thing?
How about this? How about this being a setup? So let's say that let's assume that Raila Odinga Martha Karua ticket wins August 9th. Okay.
Yes.
So the President Raila Odinga has basically told the nation that this whole issue of fight against corruption, I'm placing it at her doorstep. So if we don't see any movement in the fight against corruption, you know where to look. Here. Without necessarily having all the power to, for example, you cannot control the DPP. You cannot control the DCI. You cannot control the EACC. So what is it that Martha Karua is going to do to deal with the corrupt elements within government who are every day, we are reading in the papers, junior officer here who has 300 million shillings in their bank account, and those stories still keep coming out. And then if you ask Raila, he says, yeah, my deputy is dealing with that. At the end of 5 years, ask Martha.
Everybody knows that the buck stops with the president.
Oh, that's what.
And his
that's where we're going.
Yeah.
And his is to assign for work to be done on his behalf, not excluding himself from the work or from the results of the work. Diana, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I agree. That's exactly what I was going to say. That it is something that he can't be able to exclude himself and leave it on Martha, because at the end of the day, he's a president and he assigned her this role.
But do you see it as, that?
As set up?
There's not necessarily intentional setup. Could be intentional. Could be, just circumstantial. At the end of the day, everybody will have expectations, as everybody is going to cast their ballot on August 9th.
Yes, absolutely.
There's an expectation that Martha Karua is coming to slay the dragon.
Yes.
So if this dragon is still alive 5 years down the road, then we'll be looking at, but I knew that I'm voting because Martha Karua is coming to slay the dragon.
And if the dragon won't be slayed by then, at least it will be severely injured. Anyway. And I also hear you saying that it is a monumental task, which it is. But then also, Martha Karua is not one to shy away from a leadership role in representation of the people, no matter how monumental it is.
Okay.
No matter how Herculean.
Second pitfall or setup or whatever you want to call it. Raila Odinga and the Azimio Council chairman are the proponents of BBI. Martha Karua has been leading on the issue of Linda Katiba, let's implement this constitution. Yeah. It's not about time. In fact, we asked her on an interview here, and she said, Mr. President, we are not in at a constitutional moment. You may be, but we are not. Now, those two, the president and the leader of Azimio, have said BBI will come to pass. Then this person is a Han who is in charge of constitutional affairs.
Actually, I actually see it as, for me, who was also part of the Linda Katiba movement, I actually see it as something to give me confidence that even though that she joined the team that was pushing the BBI agenda, and now, and then they are saying that BBI will come back, I think Martha will be the person who will be ensure that if it is a constitutional moment, we will follow the constitutional process to amend the constitution. You see, the issue, one of the issues that the Linda Katiba movement had is that the BBI process was not constitutional, right? The processes and how they were pushing for this constitutional movement was, so to speak, kind of illegal. Right, so
it was stamped so by the Supreme Court.
Exactly, and you see that's where it died. If it was ever to come back again, I'm glad that she'd be on this side to ensure that it is going to be a constitutional process. Because I don't think we are against amending the constitution. I think the most important thing is that if we do get to that constitutional moment, we are following the processes enshrined in that constitution.
So it's the why and the how.
Yeah.
But also, Eric, contrary to popular belief, I actually think that BBI is more of a unifying factor for Raila and Martha than it is an area of convergence for this reason. When Raila Odinga was on the BBI corner, he was doing it in what, representing what he felt was right for the people. when Martha Karua was in Linda Katiba, she was doing the same thing. She was on the Linda Katiba corner representing what she felt was right for the people. And I say this is not an area of convergence because it actually demonstrates how, even when Raila Odinga and Martha Karua have been on opposing ends all through their political careers, there has been some values and an underlying current that are actually similar because they have always been, to use Diana's word, fighting.
For the people.
For the people.
City.
Charles chuckles.
The truth is they haven't always been on opposing sides.
Yeah, that's true.
If you look at the history of this country and the fight for what we call the second liberation, they espouse the same values, really.
Yeah.
It's just that what we call differences are what could be termed political differences.
Yes.
Depending on the side that you're at a particular time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And one must remember that there's a trend we've seen in this country over time, which I consider absolutely positive, in that even at the harshest and the most difficult of times, our politicians are able to sit, talk, dialogue, and agree.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now that is an extremely positive thing. Even this thing we call the handshake, it is precisely that, people agreeing.
Yes.
If you talk about the move we now currently have of all these coalitions, it's the same thing. You may have your own camp, but the understanding that you can actually talk to each other
Yes.
and find commonality. Now, that having been said, the thing I find challenging and the thing that I hope you will unravel and explain to me how Martha Karua will deal with is the ever pervasive culture, intrusive culture of our politics. What do I mean by this? What I mean is our culture is of politics often represented by clear interests that divert very, very sharply from what would be in the interest of the people. Okay? It's always an issue. And it doesn't matter which politician you look at. There'll be that tag where they'll ask, but is this really in the interest of the people? Now, as a deputy president, Martha must be aware of this because she hasn't had any political seat for quite a while now. Is it 10 years?
10 years.
10 years.
Precisely.
Same as Raila.
Yes. How does Martha hope to deal with this? Because it doesn't go anywhere.
Let me answer in the way I have understood your question and correct me if I veer off what your intention was. Martha, over the weekend in the Million Women for Martha event, which we haven't spoken about, Eric.
We're heading there.
We're heading there. Said that bad behavior is infectious, but so is good behavior. The one thing or the one word I can say that in response to your question, Charles, is consistency. Has she, in her long political career, at any point demonstrated some sort of wavering or backsliding or fitting into the political mold, the status culture, I mean the status quo? She hasn't. And history is a pretty good indicator of the future. So when it comes to Martha Karua, and I hope I'm answering your question, if I understood it correctly, when it comes to the fear that she will somehow submit to our political culture, or to the negative elements of the political culture, I think that fear for me is not there.
Yeah. And building to also what she said about bad behavior is infectious and so is also good behavior. And this has actually been seen on the campaign trail when Martha is speaking. When she came out as a running mate and we were on the ground, and you'd hear her saying that, tumekuja kunyenyekea, we are coming to ask for your vote humbly. And all of a sudden, you're hearing also the other politicians also take the same narrative, that we're coming humbly. We're not coming to steal your vote from your pocket. And now you hear it that, we are just coming in peace. Just listen to us. We want you to listen and make your own decision. And that's a kind of good behavior that becomes, or good kind of narrative that becomes infectious. And you hear it now with other political things. So I think that Martha Karua can influence the positive and even amplify the positive things of our political culture moving forward. Is it possible to change it 100% in the next 5 years? I think that's a tall order. However, she is a woman for the job.
Okay, it's 26 minutes to 8. Let's take a break and take a look at the weather and traffic. Diana Ngao is the head of communications at the Martha Karua Campaign Secretariat. Daisy Maritim Minor is also a member of the Secretariat. They're here to talk to us about Martha Karua Campaign and also tell us about the 1 million Women for Martha movement. Why a million? Why 9? Why not, like the central bank requires, 999,999? Why go beyond a million? Why not 2 million? Why not 5? There are 22 million voters in the country. Why not all? Okay, time for that break. Reminding you about Pocket by Mozilla. Have you heard about it, Daisy?
I haven't.
Pocket is this wonderful app. Are you on iOS or are you on the other one?
Proudly on the other one.
The other one. What's the other one called?
Android.
I'm honestly forgetting. Android, yes. If you're on Android, go to Google Play Store, download Pocket. Pocket by Mozilla is a wonderful app. So it basically curates all the information that you like to consume for you. You come across, like this interview today, we're going to be posting it on social media, and the clips will be there on Twitter. You can just go into the Twitter handles and then you save them on Pocket. You can then get any other content, you save it on Pocket. You want to listen to a podcast later, save it on Pocket. You want to consume some text on any website, save it on Pocket. And it's wonderful because then it puts all of them into one place, one pocket, instead of having multiple tabs open on your browser, which are constantly just eating your data or draining your battery. It's all in one pocket. And you can also consume it offline. Yes.
Sounds fabulous.
And it's not available on iOS?
It is also available on iOS.
Okay.
I was coming to you. Go to Google Play Store or Apple App Store, download Pocket by Mozilla, and get freedom. All right? 24 to 8.
There are so many people peddling what is false and that it bears remarkable resemblance to what is true.
Politicians have their agenda, and their agenda is to use every opportunity to sell that agenda and to loot this nation.
I have seen major strides that are done in this country when we talk to each other as against talking at each other.
We start getting back into the tribal cocoons which were put to us by the colonial powers. They gave us physical freedom but not mental freedom. We're still mentally colonized today into these cocoons of tribe.
Now, if you live in an area where it's difficult to find a dog,
He's a goat. I kid you not.
In which part of this country is it difficult to find a dog? So that you resort. Afande umbo yako iko na
nini umba special.
Okay, so let's look at what's happening in the weather today. Nairobi is going to be a rainy day today. Can you believe it? And that's what they're telling us. So it's going to be rainy today throughout Nairobi, and expect some showers. Mombasa is also going to be having some rainy showers throughout the day today. Malindi, same rainy showers throughout the day. Nakuru, some sunshine may come out at some point. Same thing happening in Kisumu. But if you are in Eldoret, expect it to be cold, to be wet. If you're in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, well, it may rain sometime in the afternoon, but mostly sunny and high temperatures. If you're in Lagos, Nigeria, it's also going to be a mostly sunny day, but then at some point it's going to be raining. If you are in Johannesburg, South Africa, another rainy, cold day as well. If you look at Beijing, China, it's been hot and sunny throughout the day. It's also getting warmer up there. London, Paris, also a hot and warm day. Also, because the towns and cities are wet, the roads are also wet, and you're also being advised, make sure that you have your headlights on if it's raining, make sure that you have your wipers are working if it's raining, and make sure that your brake are well. Drive carefully wherever you are. It's a public holiday. No need to rush. You're alone on the road. Mombasa Road is clear. Expressway is clear. Ngong Road is clear. Langata Road is clear. Jogoo Road is clear. The only issue is around Wakulima Market. Maybe it's because it's Marikiti and, well, everything is happening around there. But that's the only part of the map that's showing me that there's some activity. Thika Road, lovely. Kiambu Road, lovely. In fact, if you're on Kiambu Road and you anticipate to have some serious traffic tomorrow, you can actually get out today, just drive on Kiambu Road, enjoy yourself, go down all the way to Thika, come back, enjoy the roads because they are free at 8 a.m. Good morning.
.9 Spice FM, Mombasa. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
20 to 8, the conversation continues with the two ladies from the Martha Karua Campaign Secretariat, Daisy Maritim Maina and Diana Ngao. 1 million women for Martha movement. This is an event that took place on Saturday. What was it all about?
So it wasn't, let me just correct you there, Eric. It was million women for Martha. Not 1 million.
Not 1 million.
Not 1 million. Million women for Martha.
Million.
Yes.
Without an S at the end.
Yes.
So they cannot be two.
It can be 2, it can be 6, it can be 10.
Okay.
Million women for Martha.
Okay.
We just said that we wanted to brand it million women for Martha. And the movement is really because of also let me start with something that all of us are aware, is that the excitement when Martha was nominated as running mate for the Azimio coalition, we saw excitement across the board. And we also saw specifically excitement for women because this could be the first time, like Daisy said, we're going to get represented at the highest level. And when we saw that, we saw a base that needed to be galvanized or put together. And we were like, in the past, women have, in political, especially during the campaign season, women are really not spoken to in the campaigns, in the past elections. And now because of Martha Karua's candidature, they are now speaking to the women base, right? And we are excited as women to see someone rise to that level. And we were trying to be able, not what we're trying to do, what we are doing, because we're not trying, we are doing it. What we're doing is to be able to put together all these women who are excited for Martha, or even the representation of a woman at that higher level. So that ideally is million women for Martha. And we also want to be able to change the political culture, especially during the campaign season. For us, we believe that campaigns are won through votes, volunteers, and money. And that's what the Million Women for Martha movement is about. If you see also the call to action, it's to volunteer, to vote, or to donate, to ensure that we're able to help the Azimio coalition install both her and Raila into the presidency. Yeah.
So it's about appealing to the women voter, the 49% of 22 million voters who are of the female gender, that this is your candidate, that this is your moment. Volunteer and do what?
Volunteer and mobilize other people, mobilize not just women, but men as well. Mobilize through street walks, mobilize through calls. We have a call center. And then also fundraising, as Dana said. So we have a USSD, star 789 star 22 hash.
Is that many? Star
789 star 22 hash.
Okay.
And when one goes on this USSD platform, it gives you the options. For instance, donating from as little as 10 shillings, 50 shillings, 100 shillings, whatever you have in your hand. And if you don't have anything in terms of monetary resources, just registering yourself also on this platform forming a database of women who can then be, who can interact with each other and mobilize for the Azimio la Umoja presidential candidates.
You talked about excitement that was generated.
Yes.
What happens when it dies down? Because it must at some point.
Yeah, and before I even answer that, the excitement somehow, believe it or not, preceded her nomination. And this is also how the Million Women for Martha came into being, because there was this undercurrent of women who were already regular women, not women with positions, not women with resources, but women who were coming together and agitating in their way for Raila Odinga
to pick Martha,
to nominate Martha Karua as the presidential candidate. What happens when it dies down? Will it die down, or will her work then replace the excitement of her candidature, her appointment, her election, when she's actually in office and making a difference? I don't think it will die down. We'll just get a steady period of pride.
That's what you foresee.
That is what I foresee.
The Daisy clearly has a crystal ball that she looks at. The reason why I mentioned this is, yes, there's always excitement around issues of this nature.
Yes.
Because of the novelty of it.
The Obama effect.
Yes. When you actually begin the nuts and bolts work, there'll be the expectations which will never ever be met. You see, excitement comes with expectations.
That's true.
And expectations, by their very nature, in many instances, are in the land of make-believe. They're not real. The question I'm asking you, the Secretariat, is what are you doing to prepare for that moment? That's really what I'm asking. Because
I get it.
There is what can be done and there's what you think can be done but can't be done. At least not in the way you think and not within the time limits that you think.
I get it.
One thing that we're doing with the people who have registered for the Million Women movement is engaging them, and also not engaging them only to take the action of pledging your vote for Baba Namasa, but also engaging them to understand their issues. And we are working with a group. They're basically the working committee has been split into different groups, and these groups are really to be able to synthesize all these issues we are hearing from the people we are calling from the call center, right? The women issues, to be able to understand and really articulate them, also along with the Inawezekana agenda, and be able to share with them that, okay, this is what the Inawezekana agenda is saying for women, and this is what we know Martha will be able to stand for after when she is installed. So it's really just engaging them to also understand, because we want to inspire, but we also want to educate, like you said, because we don't want to have women who are have such high expectations, and then when we do get that a woman who's a deputy president, they feel shortchanged because she didn't live up to their expectations. So moving away from just the August 9th poll, we believe that the Million Women movement can turn into a really powerful policy or lobbying group for women.
Why must it turn into, why doesn't it just become? And so that it just continues
from
becoming.
The beginning.
Yes.
It has to start somewhere.
It has started, that's the point.
Yes, and we're really in the starting process. And so there's steps to get there. We are... And why...
Are you planning to invent something that hasn't been done before?
Perhaps. So what I'm saying, Charles, is... And why I'm saying we are starting is because we are really at the mobilization stage. We're really at the stage where this aspirational tag of million, 1 million, 2 million, 10 million, as Ida Odinga said at the event. That's the point where we are at right now. Galvanization.
How are you going to manage the expectations, like City is asking? Because that is actually a very big part of the communication. Even right now, have you looked at the Azimio manifesto? Have you sat down with your presidential running mates, with your principal, and said, this is actually what is going to be possible and doable? And then this is how we shall communicate so that we manage the expectations. Can you tell me 3 things that you know for sure that Martha Karua would be able to bring to the table and see them actualized? And so you can then communicate and say, you can hold us accountable for this, and the other.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to take that?
I could say one thing, and this is an issue that we've spoken about here also, but it cuts across and it also touches to the woman, is the issue of tightening the bolts of corruption. Because when we're able to seal up those leakages and be able to divert the funds to things of social welfare, that affects the woman. Because the woman in a society, in a societal context, is really at the center of it all. She's the one educating the child, right? Maybe not even by monetary, but taking care of the child, nurturing. And really the state of the economy is really reflected to the woman at the end of the day. Okay. So one thing I could say that they could expect is that Martha will be able to lead that charge on anti-corruption that will trickle down to the that will trickle down into now giving funds to social welfare that touch into the woman. So is it education for their children? Is it be able to get access to funds for their business? Health, which is a really big one, but all these things. So it really touches it. Sina friends, touches down into, boils down. It trickles down into things. So that's the one thing. Maybe.
So fight against corruption.
Yeah.
That Martha is going to take charge of the fight against corruption. We're going to see reinvigorated fight against corruption. Okay. So how shall that present itself to us? Is it more prosecutions? Is it finally someone going to jail? Is it what? People being hanged? Wajakoya saying, let's shoot the people. How shall we see the fight against corruption?
Give them a good meal before their demise.
Or tie a snake around their neck.
Yes.
with hemp rope. And this is exactly also what we had mentioned earlier on in this conversation. Raila Odinga is already pinpointing the how by putting her in to oversee, or installing her to oversee the Ministry for Justice and Constitutional Affairs. And as I was saying, it's a declaration of intention that is still going to be fine-tuned because there's a lot of considerations to be made, what Eric, you were calling the pitfalls, things such as the independence of the judiciary. But for sure, one thing that has held back the fight against corruption is the rate at which corruption cases, or corruption that has to do with looting of public office, the rate at which they are prosecuted, the time that it takes. But not just the time that it takes, is that for many of those cases, there's never an eventuality. They're never concluded, and those people still remain in office or seek office. That, from where I sit, is one very specific area that Martha Karua in office, based on her training, based on her experience, based on her history, which means a strong will tackle.
Daisy, let me tell you. Let me give you a perspective that I'd like you to consider.
Yes.
What Martha can do and may want to do is not difficult to understand.
Yes.
Her abilities proven not difficult to understand. The million women narrative and the push for it, should you not consider it to be the beginning of a formation of structures to support her? I'm going to explain what I mean.
Yes.
Because when you make tough decisions, you will be opposed. There will be serious pushback. And there'll be narratives that oppose everything that you do. Case in point, the current presidency. There are many things this government has done extremely well. But the noise around what has gone wrong drowns it.
Yeah.
The president's lack of popularity in his own backyard, with the narrative that he has done nothing for them, it is not true. There is a lot that has been done by this government. But the support I'm speaking of are people who can come out and state categorically that this is nonsense. We have done this, this and this and this. This is the position. In the absence of that support, somebody can end up feeling and actually being alone, where you seem to be fighting a rearguard battle, which you shouldn't. So, 1 million people are a great number. have you considered looking at history and looking at what a presidency needs, not in terms of just the numbers who vote for you, but the numbers who can actually support you when you need it? Have you considered that when you talk about the million?
Charles, you have hit the nail on the million women head. That is actually a very present intention. And that's why I was saying that as we are starting, a very clear, immediate goal is the numbers. Because those numbers will outlive the election. And then we are thereafter left with a database, a group, a galvanization of women who lobby, who speak on issues that are important to them, but also who provide the presidency, including Martha Karua, with that public support or backing on issues. Because it also really presents a platform for vocalization. Because people can have the same voice, the same intent, the same ideas, but it's very disparate. So that's a very integral intention of the Million Women for Martha movement.
Okay.
Is galvanization of voice.
So let's look at how it's being organized. You've told us that there's a short code, a USSD code rather, where people can go and register and also contribute. So let's start with registration. So once you register, then what?
And then now we have your details and we start to engage. And that's what Daisy mentioned earlier, that we have a call center and we have women who are actually just volunteering their time to be able to engage with these women. So in the issue of their expectations, our call center is able to talk them through exactly what our short-term and maybe even long-term goals are. So engaging...
So one person... Someone goes and registers. They get a call from the Martha Karua call center.
They get a message first, and then later get a call
saying,
"We're calling from
whatever." Yeah. Definitely welcome. Welcome to the movement. This is what we are about. But in line with what Charles was alluding to, or said very clearly, we have this database that can be called upon to action. Let's say down the road in the president, this is a very basic example. Down the road in the presidency, Raila Odinga and Martha Karua are calling for specific action or calling for specific change. Then their voices are amplified in the public space, because then there's a call for action to those women, and men can also register, by the way. There's a call to action.
So what are we going to be, honorary women?
Anything you would like to be. but what you would be is men for women, men supporting women.
He for she.
Yes, he for she, as the United Nations puts it. So what Million Women does is to provide an aggregation of people that can be called upon to action, whatever that action is down the road.
And the current action for us right now is to
turn up for vote.
Exactly. It's mobilization to vote.
It's mobilization for votes.
How widespread are you throughout the country?
Nationwide, every corner.
Since you launched it, how many do you have? How many people have registered?
That's a really good question. I haven't checked the numbers of late. The last time we checked, which was Wednesday last week, we were close to 100,000. And I'm guessing from the event of Saturday, we may have doubled or even tripled that number. Yeah.
Okay. So it's getting the women who support
the
candidacy of Martha Karua. Speak to everybody now in a minute. Who's going to take this? Okay. Daisy.
Hello, Kenyans, men and women. First of all, thank you for taking your time to listen to us this morning. We invite you, first of all, to go to the USSD platform, which is *789 *22#. And do what you can. Give what you can. It doesn't have to be money. It doesn't have to be resources. Use what, and to all the supporters of the Azimio ticket, to all the supporters of Martha Karua's candidacy, whatever you have in your hand will go a long way to help this ticket in the road to State House. So whatever little you have in your hand, be it resources, be it the ability to mobilize, and especially mobilization, get at least 5 people to, first of all, believe, and then to second,
come out and vote.
Turn out.
Please tell them also, when you're calling them and as you're engaging with them, that this election is all about peaceful election, Penda Jirani, elections bila noma. Yep. The National Cohesion and Integration Commission is really pushing this campaign and saying, we've got a mandate to ensure that there's cohesion pre, during, and after election, and SpiceFM is partnering with them on that.
Okay.
Pass our message along. It doesn't matter who you vote for, who you support. Let's get in and get out and maintain the peace.
Absolutely, Eric. And that's something that also Martha Karua says, is that we are all Kenyans, and after August 9th, we will all have to live with each other, despite our different sides. So yes, we are calling for a peaceful election, and we're all calling for, the Million Women movement is also calling for women to use their voices to be able to mobilize the vote. Because when we do install her...
that's it.
Oh.
Thank you. Well said. Diana Ngao, Head of Communications, and Daisy Maritime Minor from the Martha Karua Campaign Secretariat. Asante sana. Keep it here for more. Good morning, 8 a.m.
Plotting to sue President Uhuru Kenyatta and Deputy President William Ruto, the ICC. Speaking in Kibungu Market, Kindiki claimed that Raila had conspired with some influential people to ensure Uhuru and Ruto were convicted and imprisoned at the ICC. Kindiki, speaking in Meru, also used the allegations against President Uhuru Kenyatta following his alliance with Raila Odinga, claiming it was an insult to his supporters.
Wewe ulinitoa kwa kiti, ukatoa Duale, umefukuza Ruto, umefukuza Muturi, umefukuza kila rafiki yake. Ukaenda ukasanya wale maadui wako, ndio unakaa nao State House for 5 years. Haujawahi kukanyanga hii tarakanithi for 5 years. Tangu 2017. Unaishi State House na unaenda county za upinzani peke yake. Pia akumbuke tarakanithi ni Kenya.
National Assembly Speaker Justin Muturi assured the residents of Mount Kenya East that Kindiki will ensure that their interests are met by the Kenya Kwanza if Ruto emerges victorious next month.
Lakini kwa sababu Uhuru ataenda nyumbani kwa sababu ya sheria. Hii mzee kitendawili, nataka kuwasihi kuwarai nyinyi watu wa Kadhwana, watu washuke kamba ng'ombe. Nataka kuwarai, munisaidie wewe na mimi. Tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 asubuhi kabisa tupeleke mzee kitendawili straight mpaka Bondo.
Now, elders in Homa Bay County have pushed for the revival of cotton farming in the county, speaking when they announced their support for former Nairobi Governor Evans Kidero. Karachuonyo Kasipul and Kabondo Kasipul residents said cotton was a source of income for many. Through the chairperson Faris Ogada, they asked Kidero to start revamping the agricultural sector if he wins the governorship in next month's election.
We the people, the old people wazee of Rachuonyo, hereby declare and give everything to Dr. Kidero to become the governor after the outgoing governor of Homa Bay. We pray and give him blessing to tear.
Now, with legal cases hanging on his neck, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission is going to head to list Nairobi Senator Johnson Sakaja in the Nairobi Gubernatorial race. In a Gazette notice backdated to 30th of June, IEBC made public the gazetted list of candidates in the elected seats who will participate in the August elections. Sakaja expressed his delight with the gazetted notice, saying that he remains hopeful.
I've seen today the IEBC has presented the gazette notice of the candidates. Those who are hoping very much that my name will not be there, it is there. Our matter is still in court for determination, and that will be done Tuesday. The other matters that have come, that will be consolidated. But as we've said from the beginning, we remain confident that the will of the people shall be the determining factor in this election. And we are grateful to all those who remain to support us. And we continue keeping our eyes on the ball. And we're still going out there and talking to the people.
Still on the gazettement, and Kevin Kioko Bahati is set to vie for the Mathare parliamentary seat after the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission gazetted him as one of the candidates to vie in the August election. This is despite a move by the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance to drop him in favour of Anthony Oluoch. According to the Gazette notice, Bahati will contest this seat under the Jubilee Party. And the United Democratic Alliance senatorial candidate Karua suffered a blow after the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission failed to gazette him in the final list of candidates in the August election despite a court order. In a gazette notice backdated to July 1st, the Electoral Commission gazetted the list of candidates in 6 elected seats who will participate in the August elections. This is despite the High Court quashing the decision by IEBC, the resolution committee, to bar him from vying. The High Court, in its ruling, cited that the move to bar him over grounds that he is unfit to hold public office, having been impeached, holds no ground. And 3 armed men confronted Tofik Abdallah, a county employee, and gunned him down within Kuze area, Old Town, Mombasa County. The assailant, said to be on a motorbike, found Abdallah and his friends outside their home preparing to go to a nearby mosque for Eid al-Adha prayers before shooting him several times and killing him on the spot. According to the police, he was hit on the chest and abdomen. Security operators on the scene also revealed that Abdallah was found bleeding profusely, lying lifeless on the pavement. Investigations have been launched. And a Russian missile struck an apartment building in eastern Ukraine, killing at least 15 people as Moscow's forces sought to consolidate their control over the Donbas region. The building was partially destroyed in the strike, and reports show that the scene where rescues were sifting through the rubble with a mechanical digger, hoping to find people still alive. Rescuers had so far been able to establish contact with 3 people under the rubble. This is Newswire. Dennis Arceta. Good morning.
The news on SpiceFM is brought to you by the Communications Authority of Kenya. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
.5 Spice FM. Kisumu.
Once again, it's a public holiday. Eid Mubarak, everybody, wherever you are this morning. There's no traffic. Very many people have opted not to start their days early. So maybe traffic will start getting busy at 9 o'clock going onwards. But right now, Mombasa Road, the major roads, Mombasa Road, Thika Superhighway, Kiambu Road, Ngong Road, Langata Road, Jogoo Road, not looking bad at all. Outer Ring Road also not looking bad at all. Juja Road, not looking bad. The only parts that are busy are within the CBD. Haile Selassie Avenue, whatever was happening is now clearing. The section between railways and the Wakulima Market is still busy, but it's clearing. If there's anything that we ought to talk about or to alert fellow road users about, please tag us at SpiceFMKE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in
It's
punching
8 minutes
up,
after 8.
not down.
Good morning, Eid
This
Mubarak,
is the
wherever you're tuned
Situation
in.
Room.
It's the 11th day of July, 2022. Happy Monday. It's Eric and CT. Ndu is away for a couple of days as she recuperates, but she is doing well. We have the day's proverb before we introduce our next guest in the studio.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, boys and girls.
The proverb of the day is brought to you by Aquafresh Fresh Gel.
It hasn't sunk yet. Yes. If you are a flag, follow the wind.
If you're a flag, follow the wind.
Yes, this is a proverb from the kingdom of Lesotho.
If you're a flag, follow the wind.
Yes.
Lady guests in the previous hour said, well, their translation is, If you're a flag, just know that you're a flag, and therefore do what a flag is expected to do.
And you raise a valid question. Does a flag always know that it's a flag?
It should, eh?
It should. But then there's a negative connotation, and it comes with a narrative that has some of the most negative connotations possible. Know your place.
I think that's the direct translation of that. That's the translation of that proverb.
Know your place.
Yes. Know your place. Mark Bichachi is a political analyst. He joins us. Mark, good morning.
Good morning, Eric. How are you?
Good. Thank you very much for joining us, and thank you for asking. What do you understand from that proverb?
Well, I understand that it does say know your place. It does say conform to the norms. And I think you as agent provocateur, as you call yourself, would be very offended by such a statement, because I believe there must always be those members of our society who are willing to push the gauntlet, who are willing to challenge status quo. And I've always believed to be one of those people who's not a bendera, as we call it in Swahili, because following the norm only continues the status quo. And sometimes that status quo needs to be changed.
Okay. Just stop being a flag.
Yeah. Don't be born a flag. In fact, that's a better term.
If you're a flag, just know you're a flag. If you no longer want to be a flag,
become the wind.
Become the wind, become whatever, but just don't call yourself flag.
But you know, it's interesting then. There's a scripture about wind. I don't know whether you know it. It says, just like the wind, you don't know where it's coming or where it's going. So is everyone who's led by the Holy Spirit. It's a statement of Jesus. So do you want to be a flag or the wind?
Follow the wind, Bwana, if you're a flag.
But do you want to be the flag or the wind?
The beauty of Proverbs is that the interpretation is open to one as they will. Because there are those who, given their position at that particular point in time, given their mental leaning, they will see it in a certain way. On a better, brighter day,
we'll flag it.
Okay. Proverb from Lesotho: if you're a flag, follow the winds.
Brush your teeth twice a day with Aqua Fresh Gel.
All right, Mark, there's a lot that's happening politically. If you look at the headlines today, it's all politics. We only have 28 days to the general election, August 9th. The headline, for example, in today's Standard: lofty promises, whose plan will unlock the trillions. And it goes ahead into even analyzing some of these promises that have been made, especially by the two leading candidates, Raila and Ruto. A love seater, cash transfer to each vulnerable household, fast-tracking payment of existing pending bills, boats and fishing gear for all fishing communities, and cold storage per constituency with blue economy, every public school with girls to be provided with sanitary towels, 7-year and 3-year tax holiday on youth MSME startups and other MSMEs, retiring civil servants to get state-funding medical cover, emergency medical services for emergency treatment, and ensuring free primary health care. These and others are the Raila Odinga campaign promises. Ruto's 100% NHIF coverage for senior citizens within 3 years. Kenya had 2.74 million people aged 60 years and above as of the last census in 2019. Growing agriculture, including lifting 2 million poor farmers from food deficit to surplus producers. Supporting small businesses. Turning around health with projects such as fully financed primary health care, hiring 20,000 health workers, paying 50% of salaries of community health workers, bridging the current teachers shortage, double school feeding program budget, setting up a settlement fund to settle the landless. All those are William Ruto promises. And you're asking, hey, promises. Which of these promises looks like realistic? And then if you just think about the campaigns, is this the message that they are taking to the people, or is this the message that is contained in the manifesto, but is not what they're repeating when they're out there?
You know, you ask very pregnant questions as usual, but let me start where I always start with any promise. A promise is only as good as a promiser. So, for example, if I promise you a Ferrari, you know I'm lying, right? Because if I sold everything me and my parents and my siblings own, I can't afford a Ferrari. Correct? So my promise is only as good as the person who's promising it. So let us look then at the character of the people promising and their running mates as they promise. So if you look at Raila Odinga, and he promises you something to do with social justice and things like that, you're inclined to believe him because it's something that he has done for decades now. It's something he's positioned himself as a champion of the vulnerable. He's moved the conversation about rights and things like that. So there's credibility there. You look at his running mate, Martha Karua, who's been deeply involved with civil society. In fact, she's the only woman to have tamed Boniface Mwangi enough for him to support someone other than himself for political office. Why? Because she presents herself as the bastion of ethical leadership and things like that. So there is some sort of credibility there. Then you go to William Ruto. William Ruto is a seasoned politician, but he has changed tack from being a run-of-the-mill politician to now being a populist politician, pro-poor politician and things like that. Something that has come up in the last 3-4 years. Now, can you trust him for that? I don't know, because he does not have credentials, for example, in 1992 to be on the side of multi-party. He has not done that. In 2010, he was not on the side of the new constitution. So he's a politician who's growing a new skin. But the one we know definitely what kind of character he has is his running mate, Rigathi Gachagua. And the reason we know is he has given us the benefit of speaking honestly about his intentions. Most recently, he said that one of his intentions when he gets into office is to unfreeze his accounts, buy a house, and then throw a lot of mchele parties. So we must then look at their promises through this lens we're talking about. Where were they in 1992? Where were they in 2010? Where were they in 2018? Because a tiger does not change its stripes. That's number one. Number two, and again, not looking at the promises themselves, the biggest problem with this country is not that we do not have systems that can deliver for the people. We do. The issue with this country has been corruption. Whether you call it 2 billion a day or a third of our budget or 700 billion, the mathematics is the same. If you were to curb this pilfering of our coffers and you are able to secure 700 billion shillings extra into our budget by taming corruption, then I put it to you that all of those promises are doable. Because if you look at the 6,000, you're talking about 120 billion. If you talk about universal healthcare, you're talking about another 100 billion. So if we tame the monster of corruption, if we can stop pilferage, then we'll be headed somewhere. Now, you have to ask yourself, who will wake up in the morning to fight corruption? Will Martha Karua wake up to fight corruption, or will Rigathi Gachagua wake up to fight corruption? Those are the questions you've got to ask yourselves. And then thirdly, when you look at the manifestos, you've got to look at what are the productive elements of that manifesto. How much is being put into production, into improving the country and its ability to produce more money for the GDP? Because as it follows, the more GDP there is, the more you tax and the more things you're able to do. So you've got to look at, before you get to the expenditures and the promises people are getting, how many industries are you making? How many new economic fronts are you breaking forth? Which is why Wajakoya's manifesto has become interesting to people, because he is talking about productivity, whether it is hyena gonads he's selling or not, but he's talking about productivity. So the question we've got to ask ourselves, who is going to do those three things? Number one, the character to deliver. Number two, the ability to fight corruption. And number three, the ability to create new industries by which to grow our GDP.
Okay. All very well said and done. At the end of it all, the main contenders, Raila and Ruto, have been at the helm of the executive.
Yes.
Right? At one point or the other. Mm-hmm. Whether as Prime Minister, which is a co-president under the Constitution then, or as the Deputy President, which is a co-presidency under the Constitution now.
Yes.
They've both been at that position. And then the assumption here is that they understand the workings of government. They understand the workings of government. They have been fed with information, either political route or the intelligence route, but they have a proper good picture of the lay of the land and the needs of the people.
True.
So when they're making these promises, one would be assuming that it's because, number one, they have the pulse of the nation, and number two, they know what it would take to unlock whatever it needs to be unlocked in government. Yes?
Yes.
So if you look at the promises that are being made, and you sit with the two gentlemen and you ask them, they'll both explain to you how it can be done.
Yeah.
They'll give you, Raila will tell you, yes, if we actually are able to plug these 2 billion shillings that is being pilfered on a daily basis, we are able to raise 144 billion shillings easily, more than that. 144 billion shillings to go into the 6,000 elf-seater for vulnerable people, 2 million families, easy peasy. It sounds easy peasy. Is it easy peasy?
Well, you ask a good question. Is it easy peasy? No, it's not. It's not easy. And I'll tell you this because one of the things that is difficult to change is the culture of a people. And the culture of the Kenyan in civil service is the culture of someone who's used to pilfering. It's a culture of people who are more inclined to find ways to steal than to find ways to work. And this has been inculcated on us for decades. So that's number one. Number two is the kind of people they surround themselves with. For you to run an office, if you became CEO of SpiceFM, you would have to have the right people in place. Now, the question is, who will be put where? So in Raila Odinga's case, you've got to ask yourself, what role will he give Martha Karua? What role will he give Munya? What role will Eugene Wamalwa play? etc. When you look at William Ruto, you've got to ask yourself, which role will Rigathi Gachagua play? Which role will Sudi play? And etc. So
Professor Kithure Kindiki.
Yes, exactly. You've got to figure out that who are the linchpins of this movement, because a car is only as good as the tires, the oil, the petrol you put into it, and things like that. So you might have a nice engine in Kenya Kwanza or in Azimio la Umoja, but who are the linchpins in this thing? And that really matters, because at the end of the day, and if you look at and this, let's look at it historically. If you look at the co-presidency between Kibaki and Raila Odinga and look at what they delivered, and for me, numbers don't lie. We had 12% GDP growth after we promulgated the constitution. That was during the co-presidency of Raila Odinga and Mwai Kibaki. During that time also, the only big scandal of the Kibaki times was Anglo-leasing, which was before 2007. So we see a track record there. Now you've got the co-president.
We had a 12% GDP growth.
Yes. Just check. 2010 to 2011.
Jumping from what to 12%?
Let me just show you. Google is our friend.
Go on as you Google.
Yeah. So the thing is, so you've got nice GDP growth. You've got the building of the bypasses. You've got the Constitution 2010. And we did a lot of work during the Nusum Kate government. A lot of people don't like it, but the numbers speak for the Nusum Kate government rather than against. Then you've got Uhuru and Ruto Part 1. Uhuru and Ruto Part 1 is a mixed bag of things. We've got the SGR being delivered. You've got different roads being built. But you've got Hustler Jet. You've got tear gas kids. You've got all manner of different things that happened, including KEMSA 1, NYS 1, and things like that. Then you come to the second part of Uhuru and Ruto, where Ruto says he has no part in it, and he says the Big Four has failed. But we've got the expressway, we've got different things. So we've got a baseline by which to judge these politicians. So for me, how would I judge Raila Odinga? Kibaki too. How would I judge?
There was no 10-12% economic growth.
There was.
No, there wasn't.
Kenya's economy has not gone beyond 10%.
Just wait.
We're talking about the last 20 years of the Kibaki presidency.
Just hold on.
Highest has been 7.1.
Yes.
Hold on.
Yes. After the 2007 post-election violence, that economic growth tanked and it slowed down.
Then it picked up again.
Yes.
It did. Let me show you.
It could have gone to 12.
No, we wait to be corrected here.
Yeah.
But
just let me show you. Percentage.
You know the thing about economic growth, from what I understand and from where I sit, I always hear of a downturn only when there's some catastrophic event that you cannot avoid mentioning and seeing. But other than that, Every time one talks about economic growth,
yeah,
and then one talks about the manifestations of it and how it is the life of the common man or woman is improved, there's little correlation. So then one has to ask the question, when you talk about economic growth, what is growing exactly?
How do people feel it?
Yes, exactly.
How does it translate to the ordinary
Yeah,
Mwananchi?
they feel it because the divide between those who have and those who don't just keeps increasing. That's how they feel it.
Yeah.
Yes. But in terms of an overall, for instance, if you tell me in the Kibaki era the middle class grew, I would say yes, there's evidence. And that is explained by the 7% growth. But if you tell me that it has grown up to 12%, then I've expected the middle class would have grown to be the largest grouping of people in this country, as opposed to the lower ranks, who are the largest group of people in this country. Then the 12% would have made sense. But that doesn't happen.
But you see, here's the thing. Growing the GDP is like growing hair. You don't see it growing. And this is the biggest argument that people have had.
But when it's growing, don't you see it?
No. Okay, let me ask you. Haven't you
seriously.
Haven't you seen developmental changes in this country?
I have.
Okay, good. Have you seen new flats come up in Nairobi?
I have.
Have you seen new drainages coming up in Nairobi?
I haven't.
You've not seen?
No.
New drainage.
New drainage.
Where?
Okay. It's been dug right outside my house in Karen, for example. You understand? So the point I'm making here, What's so funny?
Okay.
Or they should not put drainage in Karen.
No.
No, listen, here's my point, right?
Okay.
What's so funny?
All right, no drainage. Carry on.
No. Listen.
The point is, when there is economic growth, you'll feel it. And yes, we cannot sit back and say, the economy hasn't grown. Definitely.
It has grown.
That's my point.
There has been growth of the economy. Even the time when, Kibaki's economy was now properly peaking, I remember, and I keep reminding people here, the then opposition leader, Uhuru Kenyatta, holding a press conference and asking, this man is saying economy is growing. Do people have the money?
Exactly.
Where is the economy growing?
Exactly.
The translation of economic growth versus everyday's pocket may not necessarily be, that point of I didn't have, now I have X. But over time, people will agree that yes, there have been changes. Yes, because of infrastructure development. Yes, because of this and the other, because of job opportunities.
And that's the Kibaki paradigm. You remember people almost voted out Mwai Kibaki in 2007.
A majority of those who praise Kibaki today actually voted him out.
Yes. So the thing is about economic growth, it is not something that you feel instantly, that we've built an expressway and immediately in your bank account there's a boost of 5,000 shillings every month. That's not how it works. And it does not work like that anywhere in the world. And even in communist China, that's not how it worked. If you talk to people in communist China in the 70s, when it was building the infrastructure upon which it built its industrial revolution, they would tell you that they were suffering. They would tell you that there was still poverty in China. When China was growing at the rates it was growing, people were complaining. So let's be clear that you've got to look at economic growth with a less right now perspective and a more 5-10 years down the road. And that is why I don't even know why people bother saying, oh my goodness, what is Uhuru Kenyatta's legacy? Give it a few years and you will see it. The fruit of it is very obvious. And that's the thing. Even Barack Obama, when he was in office, everyone said that he has not done a good job. Where did the fruit of his work come? During the Trump presidency. Because some things are not short term. That's not how it works. Because how Kenya, for example, in the last 10 years, has spent a lot of money building infrastructure. How many of us are in roads? Very few of us. So the people who are in roads and in construction have felt the boom. The rest of us have not. That infrastructure will only benefit us when we do the next logical thing, which is building industries.
Can you allow me to disagree with you? Just
of course.
Slightly. You see, everything you say is true. But economic growth has to influence the lives of the common citizenry in a way they can understand. And it isn't by a representative 5,000 shillings in your bank account. No. It is by a health service which works. Meaning, when you go to hospital, you can be taken care of. By a school system which actually works. You are guaranteed that your child in a public school will get a good education. These aren't things that we are inventing. We've had them before. And the very thing I'm saying is something that was a reality in this country for the longest time. You can't tell us that KRA is collecting 2 trillion shillings and that the money that we are generating is more, and yet the services for which this money is actually generated is diminishing. Now, that really is my argument.
Okay, so on what basis do you conclude that NHIF, for example, is giving worse service than it was?
It's not
10?
giving worse service.
Okay. How do you then conclude that our passport services are worse than they were 10 years ago?
I am not saying they are worse.
In which specific metrics are you saying that we are worse off than we were 10 years ago in terms of public service
But I thought I
delivery?
just mentioned health and education.
But I started with NHIF. Has NHIF improved? It's part of our healthcare.
Oh, no. NHIF working and you receiving services are 2 very different things.
Okay, let me ask.
2 very different things.
Ask.
I may have an NHIF card and I may go to hospital.
Are you saying less people are accessing health services today?
I'm
than
saying
they were
the health
10 years
services
ago?
you are accessing doesn't meet the very basic question of a health service, because you will not necessarily get the drugs that you need and you may not necessarily get the service that you're looking for.
Is it better or worse than 10 years ago?
That's a question.
Oh, no, not 10. I've gone beyond 10. It is worse.
Done?
No.
15 years ago?
Worse.
Worse than 15 years ago?
Yes, worse.
Are you sure, City?
Yes, I'm positive.
Okay, let's start here. How many ICUs did we have?
Oh, no. That isn't the measure of a good health system.
But you see,
a good health system is measured by the basic primary care that is afforded and offered and is available.
City, my good friend, your argument is it falls apart every time we go granular. Because whichever metric you take, okay, and you take, for example, number of hospital beds, they have increased. If you look at number of schools, increased. If you look at the number of teachers, increased.
Actually, no. Teachers, everything you're saying isn't what you say it is.
So the number of beds in bed capacity in this country has not increased.
Bed capacity has increased, but more so in the private sector. Where people benefit from healthcare service is the majority is in the public. You're talking about schools increasing. The number of schools that keep increasing are not the public schools to the numbers that are required. It is the private schools. So tell me.
No, question. Where are you getting this information?
Oh, but it's information that is available to anybody.
Question. How many hospitals has the government built in the last 10
Why
years?
don't I just take you to the Kenya Bureau of Statistics and look at the... Because all these statistics I'm talking about, if you go to the Kenya Bureau of Statistics, you will find them.
So we've not built
We've built
clinics.
many schools.
Okay. Now, question. What is the role of government?
The role of government? You tell me, because you seem to understand it better than I do.
Here's the thing. When you talk about both the private sector growing, that private sector growth is facilitated by who?
Facilitated by those who are growing it.
No, part of the role of government is to facilitate growth. And we know this. I'll give you an example. In the world of schools, let's take schools, okay? In the United States, the best universities are which ones? Yale, Harvard.
Yes.
Are they government or private?
They're private.
Okay. So does the United States take pride in those universities?
I'm sure they do.
Okay. So is there anything wrong with the government facilitating private sector to grow?
But I haven't said there's
Social
anything
equity,
wrong.
we could argue.
I haven't said there's anything
Let's
wrong.
take a break. 28 minutes to 9. Kenya's biggest conversation. Mark Bichach is a political analyst. He's here with us in the studio. We are talking about the state of the nation, the kind of politics that we are seeing, and just analyzing that 28 days to the general election. As we go into this general election, we have to keep harping this on all of us. It doesn't matter what tribe you come from. It doesn't matter what neighborhood you come from. It doesn't matter. What should matter is that we are all Kenyans. And as we go into the election, it's about election bila noma. The National Cohesion and Integration Commission has launched this campaign of election bila noma, telling everybody, penda jirani yako, accept their choice of candidate, whether it's for MCA, for governor, for president. Everybody, accept everybody's choice. Let them go. Let them exercise their democratic right. Let them vote. Whoever is declared winner wins. Whoever is needs to contest, let them go and contest. But election bila noma, penda jirani, 23 to 9. Let's take this, not 23, 27 minutes to 9. Time for this break on SpiceFM, KTN Home, and online.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
I hope you don't believe that a hustler is a poor person. Hustler is a person who is making a living through hard work.
The group of leaders we are having now, Kenyans, listen, the chemical composition is the same. You will mold them to ODM, then NASA, you mold them to Kanu, mold them to Jubilee, mold them to any other different color sometimes, but the chemical composition is the same.
It's not about me as Nurdin Haji, but it's about the constitution that I swore to protect. So when individuals attempt to hoard those powers and they want to be investigators and also prosecutors, then of course I have to defend that position because that position is in the constitution and that's what Kenyans wanted.
I'll tell you what happens is that when you ignore court orders, you're creating and quoting anarchy. Then you create a very dangerous precedent.
A story is told of the first president of the country who also went to visit Madare, presidential tour. Yeah? And of course, he went to this place and he introduced himself. So one of the invites says, kuna jina kama yangu.
Okay, let's take a look at the weather and how it's going to look like throughout the country today, okay? Nairobi, expect some light rains and highs of 22. Rain showers in Mombasa, highs of 27. Malindi, 23, highs 27, highs of 27, light rain. Kisumu, sunny day at 29. Nakuru City is mostly cloudy day at 23. Nyeri, rain showers at 20. Kakamega, sunny day at 27. Kampala, Uganda, mostly sunny day as well at 27. Dar es Salaam, sunny day at 28. Clear skies in Johannesburg at 7. Kinshasa, DRC, 21. Clear skies of 29. And Lagos, Nigeria, rain showers at 29. Beijing, sunny day at 28. London, sunny day at 31. New York, clear skies at 28. And Paris, sunny day at 30.
SpiceFM. Nyeri.
I'm telling you, it's a public holiday, so expect nothing major to be happening on the roads in terms of road clog-ups and build-ups, nothing in terms of traffic. Only the CBD, because everybody who's trying to go and do something is doing it in the CBD. So the CBD roads are busy. Moi Avenue is busy. Accra Road is busy. Luthuli Avenue is busy. Landis Road into Haile Selassie Avenue is busy. It was pretty busy earlier around Wakulima Market. I think whatever was causing that has now been cleared and it's moving. However, expect some wet roads throughout today. Please be careful how you drive. Be responsible. Watch out for motorists. Watch out for pedestrians. Watch out for people who are pushing mkokoteni. Just be courteous on the road. Okay? Tafadhali.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice
All right,
FM,
23
Nairobi.
minutes to 9. The conversation continues with political analyst Mark Bichachi, CT Muga, and Eric Latiff. Our colleague Ndu Okoh is away today.
You know, an economic discussion around how it is that one should actually judge or determine what we actually refer to as economic growth rate and how it is the effect should percolate and at what level you should consider it to actually represent growth. If you have a number of extremely rich people in the country, that wealth of theirs contributes to that pool that we refer to as GDP. And when you do the maths, it looks like it represents something good. But as Mark mentioned, when you get granular and ask, okay, what's our population? How many people do we have below this particular line that we refer to as the poverty line? Now, let's look at services being offered. It's the government's role to provide services, yes. Okay? Do we have services here? Do we have sewerage? Do we have schools? Do we have hospitals? You may build hospitals, but after a lull of God knows how many decades of not building. So yes, you have built them, but do they have what is necessary to provide the services for which they are intended. See, these are now the granular questions that we ask. So when you ask, have they built? Yes. Have they done this? The answer is, again, yes. Do you have an HIF services? Yes. Does it work? It most certainly does work. But when you get granular, how many people can actually afford to have an NHIF card? And how many of them, even when they can afford it, are they able to pay for it so that it is something they can actually use to seek health services?
Now, CT, on that point, I'm willing to indulge you because you're making sense, and I'll tell you why you're making sense. Once we recognize that Kenya is on the right step, we are building the hospitals, we are doing the things, then we can have a debate, because we must understand we are a developing country. If you're developing a building, you must ask yourself, have you done the first floor? Have you done the second floor? Have you put in the plaster? Have you put in the windows? Now, the truth is, as a developing country, we have not. But this is the bigger question, and I'll tell you what the bigger question is. How does Kenya handle its poor? And I'll give you an interesting statistic. The Republic of Tanzania, the United Republic of Tanzania, has a third of the GDP of Kenya. Some argue half, a third. It doesn't matter. So it's poorer than Kenya. But it has less poor people than Kenya has. Kenya has more poor people. And why does Kenya have more poor people? Because of our founding and what our thought process was at our founding. Number one, we became a purely capitalistic society, a man-eat-man society, purely. Number two, we had sessional paper 1968, I forget what it's called, number 7 or number whatever number it was.
What did it
the
declare?
one that said that development shall follow the railway.
Session paper number 10.
Yes. And now that what it did is it marginalized huge parts of our population, which we ignored and decided they are not fruitful and useful for us. Now, are we fixing these issues? Number one, devolution. Devolution has brought a revolution around the country. If you go anywhere, even with the places where we've had corrupt governors who've done very little, you can see the impact of devolution in those areas. Number two, and this is one of the key issues, we have inculcated both in the Constitution and in the workings of government for the last 20 years, certain things to help the poor. Number one is free primary education. That was among the first things that we did. Then there was maternal health care, free maternal health care. There's been expansion of hospitals. There's been giving sunscreen to people living with albinism. There has been the cash transfer to the elderly. There have been Ajira programs. There's a youth development fund. There's the women development fund. All of these things are aimed at addressing that very question, because one of the things that we must discover very quickly is to get into the first rank of economic development. People do need help. They do need a boost, which is why I've always been a proponent of universal basic income. It is a concept that's not done anywhere in the world. The Swiss have tried it out. I think it is something that we need to do, because there will always be people, like Jesus said, that will be so poor that they cannot afford to start climbing that economic ladder, which is part of the reason why I totally support the 6,000 bob cash transfer to the most needy families. Because if you can't eat, you don't have shelter, you cannot think economics. So Kenya does have a problem. Its problem is not economic development. Its problem has always been how we treat the poor. That has been the issue, and that's where Tanzania beats us. Tanzania has always had a system of ujamaa which has been socialized into them. So they lift each other up. Kenya is a selfish society, and that is not just a governmental thing, it is a societal thing. And that's where the transformation needs to happen. So when you talk about trickle down, it will never get to the bottom. And that's why even if you do what kind of fund, Youth Enterprise Fund, Women Fund, why do you think the women living in hunger will not apply for the Women Enterprise Fund? What enterprise are you going to think about when you're hungry? The only thing that occupies your brain is food.
What are you saying, Mark?
No, let me tell you, it is a
You've said
non-fact.
the Youth Enterprise Fund, all these funds are good, and then you're saying, but they'll never reach the people.
No, I'm saying,
benefit from it. What are you saying? Exactly?
The people at the bottom, who are suffering hunger the world over, will not think of coming together, going to a website, applying for a fund that says they must have a project they're doing. It will not happen. Okay. And that's why I said I support.
In supporting those
that's
people?
why I said I support the cash transfer, because it is a mirror of universal basic income, which is a concept I believe in.
Do you think it has been sufficiently been rolled out? We have a cash transfer already in the Inua Jamii program.
Yes.
All right. Gives 2,000 shillings to the vulnerable, the elderly,
Yes.
the orphans, and persons with severe disability.
Yes.
Not all of them.
Yeah.
Not all the elderly people are getting this.
True.
Not all the vulnerable and orphans are getting this. Not all the persons with severe disability are getting this.
True.
Okay. So we increase the amount and we seek to increase maybe the number of households.
Yes. 2 million households to be specific.
So it's still a drop in the ocean.
You see, and here's the
because
thing.
you're talking about people who are vulnerable. What happens to those that are not in this net, the safety net?
Exactly.
Not only that, this number keeps increasing, by the way. Huh?
Which one?
Those vulnerable, the
Yes.
2 million, that number is no longer 2 million. It is more than 2 million.
The plan by Azimio is to capture 2 million households
Yes.
and give them 6,000 shillings every day.
Yes.
Every month, sorry.
Yeah. Here's the thing, and we need to be quite cognizant of this fact, that number one, we are a developing country. You know, I think there's something about us Kenyans that we do not recognize where we are. We are a developing country. We've got many competing interests. For example, the last two presidents, Mwai Kibaki and Uhuru Kenyatta, had to contend with 24 years of an infrastructure deficit. They had to contend with electricity being only distributed to 2 million people. They had to contend with the amount of piped water that was available to Kenyans across the country. We have many competing interests. But the thing is about a developing country is you start a project, you start reaching those who you can, and you hope to expand. But what is the most important thing? The most important thing about this 6,000 bob is not just that it gets to 2 million families, is that it gives them a way of making decisions and a path for themselves to chart a way to their future. Why? Because when you know you've got 6,000 bob, you can eat. That allows your mind to begin to dream. And that's the most important thing. Because what we want is not just a charity society. We want a society where every Kenyan has the ability to contribute to the economic activities of this country. That is the biggest question. And to do so, we cannot say that we are going to wait on distributing these resources until we are able to capture everyone. No, in fact, if you have 6,000 bob for one person as a government, I support you start with that one person, because that's how we change the country. Kenya is developing.
You know,
we are not
agree
developed
with you.
yet.
I agree with you on several of those points. You know, we are developing. Yes, we need to start somewhere. Yes, Kibaki, Uhuru are catching up on infrastructure. Yes. The manifesto of the the four presidential candidates is actually now focusing not on infrastructure development, but on the other things, on growing the economy, on social protection and support. If you look at the social protection and support for Azimio, the 6,000 shillings, the giving access to health with Babacare and all, Ruto's social protection and support, NHIF, ensuring that NHIF, everybody is on NHIF, ensuring that there's a doubling of the school feeding program. School feeding program, just by that alone, you have addressed the nutritional needs of millions of Kenyan children.
Yes.
Setting up a settlement fund to settle the landless. That also gives them some dignity and something that they can use as a factor of production.
True.
Okay. The question then would be for us to interrogate which of these sounds plausible, which of these comes in with a nice formula of how to attain it.
So here's the
because
thing.
all these things are always being put into manifesto and always being put into promises. It's like before this, the way we used to see politicians come and say, nitalete barabara, nitajenga hospitali, na mashule, and then you just don't know how will you do it. Same is being promised here to us. You know, how will you do it? How will you ensure that you have doubled the number of schools, public schools that are accessing school feeding program? And then what happens to those areas? We were talking during the break. If you go to many of the slum areas in Nairobi, they actually don't have public schools. Many of those children in the low-income areas of Nairobi don't have access to a public school near them. They are going to a private school. It's costing them. The meal that the children are eating at lunch or the uji they are being given at break, those that are lucky, they are paying for it. When the government is talking about, rolling out all this money for school feeding program and then they don't factor in such, then they have missed the point.
True. It's not all slums don't have public schools. Some have public schools.
I will say this without fear of contradiction. all slums don't have sufficient public schools.
No,
the
sufficient.
number of children in the
Sufficient is
slum
correct.
areas, and they look at the capacity of the schools in the slum areas, they don't match.
Sufficient, we agree. Where I'm saying is when we say there's none, then
And there are
that's
some slum areas that don't have a public
some,
school.
but not all, right?
Yes.
So the point is this, and this is the key question. The question we must ask ourselves before we delve into the manifestos is what is the next logical consequence, the next logical step once you've built infrastructure? You must ask yourself, why is infrastructure built? The infrastructure is not just built to ease congestion in Nairobi. It is built to deliver a certain good to the public and also to the economy. That good is this: that easy transportation of goods and services across the country. That's what it's about. The SGR is about the inland containment depot. The SGR is about reaching Uganda, Congo, Rwanda with our goods. That's what it's about. Okay, the ports are about the transition of goods. The built airports is about commerce. So if you look at those manifestos, you've got to ask yourself, who is best taking advantage of the road network, of the rail network that is being done? And that has to be the manifesto that is talking about industrialization. The next logical step, and I've said this, and many people think it's an elitist view, and I do not care because it's still the truth. Let me tell you, the only way you get a country out of poverty, whether you want to copy Singapore, you want to copy South Korea, you want to copy China, the next logical step is to create jobs in manufacturing. So the manifesto that has a lot of manufacturing, that is the one that can deliver. Why? Because for you to be able to give this many public goods that you're talking about, that you want to build as many schools as possible, you need to build a GDP that can do that. How do you do that? Number one, high worth industries that employ a lot of people who in turn will pay taxes, and those taxes will be able to make those things happen. At the same time, those industries are the same ones which will give jobs to these underprivileged people we are talking about. So for me, the next step for this country is obvious. We've built roads, we've built railways. We need to build the industries that are the next innovation for the development of this country. There is no other way
any
of
manifesto
looking at
that
it.
is not talking about industrialization?
No, industries at the capacity we need to, right? So, for example, Azimio la Umoja talks about one county, one product, one industry, right? Talks about the blue economy, etc., etc., etc. Now, the question is, who has, and that's why I began, and I don't want to give my biased opinion, because I do have a biased opinion. That's why I'm keeping it neutral. But we have to ask ourselves.
This is what you call neutral.
Now, I'm being as neutral as I can be.
Okay.
I am human.
I would like to see you
when I'm biased.
Yes. Because all along I was saying, this is delightful bias propaganda, and I'm liking it because it makes for a good case. Yes.
No, but my point is yes, that at the end of the day, who do you trust to be able to deliver? Because if you look at the two manifestos, they do give very similar promises. The difference is,
Mark, can we actually use the word trust alongside politicians? Are politicians by their very nature
trustworthy?
No, I don't think one should look for a trustworthy politician.
No, but that's why I totally disagree.
So what should we look for?
No, but what we should look for is a politician who is talking about setting systems that guarantee checks and balances. Our constitution provides for them. The goodness of a person to be relied on in a political system, we are setting ourselves up for failure.
But can I tell you something, CT, and we should have learned this from Donald J. Trump. one of the countries with institutions and traditions and things like that is the United States of America.
Yes.
Donald Trump showed us that the man makes the office.
What if there were no systems in the United States?
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Yes.
I'm not disqualifying your point about systems. In fact, your statement agrees with me, because the question is, which of these politicians can you trust to put systems to safeguard the public trust? That one we agree. But at the end of the day, it still comes back to the person. And yes, it is true that politicians have varying degrees of trustworthiness. Now, the question is, if you are going to go to hell, and there's a tiny little devil with a tiny fork, or a big devil with a history of torturing human beings in Molo, which one will you choose?
You know, I wouldn't actually frame my argument the way you framed yours. For this very simple reason. I have never been in a position of power where it can influence me adversely. But from what I observe, the checks and balances that founders of nations and founders of great nations have understood is how human nature responds to these. And that's why the so-called checks and balances, the writers of our Constitution understood this. Now, I would argue, which of these candidates do I hear talking about furthering good governance? Because that, to me, is the path that will take us where I want. So it doesn't matter who he is. It doesn't matter what sort of person he is. I have a basic guarantee. Good people turn into horrible people.
Yep. But you see, here's the thing. Both of the people the two leading candidates, the two who have the highest chance to become the presidents of this country, have a history, and they have a history with how they've handled power. This is the truth. If let's start with running mates. Martha Karua has been a minister of justice and a minister of water. We know what she did in water. We know what she did in justice. We know what she did as MP in Kirinyaga. We know what was her track record even as MP. It's a matter of public record, right? We know Rigathi Gachagua was a special DO. We know what he did. We've seen testimonies of people.
He has experience in public service.
Exactly.
Go on. He has worked in public service. He understands the government. He understands how government functions.
Exactly.
Okay, go
right?
on. So
then the same way, we've got someone who's been a deputy president. We've got someone who's been a prime minister. So when you say that you don't know how power affects them, we know. Because we can see how they act. We know how Raila was as a PM. We know how Ruto has been as a DP. So we cannot say and ignore their history in the sense that they're promising they will have checks and balances. Both of them are promising checks and balances. In fact, if you look at in our Zekana agenda, I think it's agenda number 7, it's talking about good governance. It is a part of the top 10 agendas. When you look at William Ruto, he's talking about dealing with state capture. He's looking into how he's going to change IPOA and things like that. So the truth is, if you look at the face of it, of these two manifestos, you'll be spoiled for choice. But who is promising? This is the key question.
Both of them are promising.
But who? What is their character?
Character to do what?
Character to deliver. What did Rigathi? You see, what did Rigathi do as DO? What did Martha do as MP? What did William Ruto do as MP, as deputy president? Then you know exactly what they're going to do.
Okay, so where we are where we are because of the work that these 4 people, 3 gentlemen and 1 lady, have done in their tenure as governor. Then maybe we should try somebody who's not been there.
We should try Wajakoya the
5th. Because clearly, if we're going to use track records, then do we have anything really brilliant to talk about?
Well,
you'll have something brilliant, you'll have something not so brilliant. Talk about each of them.
But that's the thing. That's the point. You've got to make that decision. You've got to choose the lesser of 2 evils.
You know,
there's no lesser.
What Mark is saying works beautifully so long as we're discussing the theory of it.
Yeah.
The reasons why people elect the people they elect has nothing to do whatsoever with one's track record, one's whatever. Hey, you know that, Mark? We all know.
Yes.
So, if we were to have a useful argument, maybe the next time you come is, how do you ensure that people who make promises keep their promises.
But now, you see, the question is, and this is why shows like this exist. Shows like this exist to give thought leadership. It is not, we do not, it's not a news program where we are reporting how voters vote. We are trying to influence how voters vote. We are trying to inform them that track records matter. Because when I'm coming to this show, at the back of my mind, I need to know how Latiff asks questions. I need to know how City asks questions, because it determines my disposition. So at the end of the day, our job is to do something called thought leadership. And that's what is missing in this country. It does not matter how populist people are. Come on, we live in a capital city where professors lined up to vote for Sonko.
There are 4 devils. The bigger thing is choose one of the 4 devils. And the biggest of them all is to make sure that the devil that you choose, you hold him to account.
Thank you very much. That we can agree on.
Later, after the election, they've got to deliver on what they promised. If you look at, so William Ruto has promised this and the other, and based on that, you go and vote for him. Then you've also got to be ready to hold him to account to deliver what he promised. Same to Waihiga Mwaura, same to
Wajakoya.
Yes, Mwaure Waihiga, rather. Same to Wajakoya, same to Raila Odinga.
Yeah.
Mark, thank you. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
And Eid Mubarak.
To you too, and to our Muslim friends out there.
Keep it here for more conversations coming up in the next hour. Mark, go to your phone, either Android or iOS, download Pocket by Mozilla. You use it to get all the information that you want to consume later. You can even consume this information offline. Stop opening many tabs on your phone, on your browser, and you have like 17 tabs because all this contain information that you want to consume at some point. You can put it all into one pocket, okay? Pocket by Mozilla. Available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store. Good morning. It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 SpiceFM.
Good morning, this is Nizwa Dennis Aseto. It's all systems go for the Nairobi Gubernatorial debate slated for later today at the Catholic University for Eastern Africa main campus in Karua, Nairobi. The debate is organized jointly by the Media Owners of Kenya, Media Council of Kenya, and the Kenya Editors Guild. The debate will be live across all TV stations and social media platforms with the hashtag Presidential Debates KE 2022 and hashtag Nairobi Governors Debate 2022. Nairobi County residents had until Saturday night to send the questions they would like to get answered by the candidates. The 6 candidates taking part in one of the most competitive races are Johnson Sakaja of UDA, Polycarp Igatho of Jubilee Party, Kenneth Nyamomo of UPA, independent candidate Esther Thairu and Agnes Kagure, Dennis Koth of LDP, Nancy Modime of Usawa kwa Wote, and Safina's Harmon Grow. The Nairobi gubernatorial debate will be followed by a debate for presidential running mate, which will be held on the 19th, followed by the main presidential debate on July 26th ahead of the August 9th election. The Nairobi gubernatorial debate will proceed in 2 tiers. The first tier will feature gubernatorial candidates whose popularity ratings based on 3 recent opinion polls stand below 5%, while the second tier will involve candidates who have polled above 5% in the same opinion polls. Remember, KTN News will be bringing you that live. Remember to tune in. The messages of peaceful election and coexistence reverberated throughout the 2 days. Millions of Kenyan Muslims joined their brethren across the globe to conduct Eid al-Adha prayers. Leaders led by Mombasa gubernatorial aspirant Abdul Samad Sharif Nasser said that Eid celebrations should bring people together, further asking Kenyans to maintain peace during this electioneering period, sentiments shared by other leaders.
Hii ni Eid ya mwisho kabla ya elections. Panapo majaliwa tutashikana kama wana Mombasa, tutashikana. Leo tumesherehekea Eid, tutakuwa na siku nyingine ya kusherehekea sherehe nyingine ambazo kwamba ni za dini tofauti tofauti, na watu wataungana hivi hivi na sura za tabasamu hivi hivi. Hii ndio Mombasa.
Sisi tukiwa viongozi hapa tunasema kwa wakati huu amani tutaweka,
na sisi sote hivi sasa tunajua kwa uchumi wetu uko kwenye hali ya shida, tuko kwenye bahari ya shida kila mahali, na naomba Waislamu wenzangu na ndugu zetu wote wakumbuke wale ambao wako na shida.
Now, Kenya Kwanza leaders have warned of an ongoing national identity cards mop-up exercise allegedly being undertaken by chiefs in Kirinyaga aimed at suppressing voter turnout. The leaders, who included National Assembly Speaker Justin Muturi, Governor Anne Waiguru, and Tharaka Nithi Senator Kithure Kindiki, accused Principal Secretary Karanja Kibisho of allegedly instructing chiefs to mop up the IDs. The leaders said voters were being given money in exchange of their identity cards in an exercise rather disguised as training conferences. These, as Kibisho rubbished the allegation, saying that administrative units in the county are doing their jobs as expected of them, further indicating that the Kenya Kwanza are only making noise because the ground is shifting against them. Now, Cabinet Secretary for Labour Simon Chilugui has said that the National Title Deeds Issuance Program will address perennial cattle rustling and banditry vices in Baringo. Chilugui lauded the exercise launched by President Uhuru Kenyatta, saying it will go a long way to benefit residents, especially those residing in community land who often face inter-community conflicts. And the British Army Training Unit in Kenya, Batuk, has begun a mass mop-up of unexploded ordnance in their training grounds in Laikipia and Samburu counties in a bid to ensure the areas are safe for humans, livestock and wild animals. Batuk Deputy Commander in Kenya, Lieutenant Colonel Finlay Bibi, speaking at Archer's Post Training Land in Samburu County, said that the range sweep of all military hardware in the areas where the exercise was being conducted is a joint partnership with the Kenya Defence Forces, since both county militaries train together. Now, tomato growers in Kobura Ward, Nyando Sub-County, expect to reap big after the completion of a tomato processing plant in the area to promote agro-industry and improve livelihoods. The construction of the Kochieng tomato processing plant in Nyamwari village that was undertaken by the Kisumu County government has been completed and fully equipped and is now awaiting commissioning by Governor Yang Nyong'o in the coming weeks. Chief Officer for Industrialization and Energy Joseph Oganga confirmed that the department spent 20 million shillings on the flagship project in the 2021-2022 financial year. Oganga said Governor Nyong'o manifesto on promoting industrialization in Lakeside County, which is in line with the national government's Big Four agenda on food security and manufacturing, gave impetus to the project, which is envisioned as Kisumu's next economic frontier. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, 9 a.m. and still the traffic looks pretty good on all the major highways. We're talking about Thika Superhighway, it's clear. Kiambu Road is clear. Expressway is also clear. The Lower Road is clear. Langata Road is clear. Ngong Road is clear. Well, Langata Road, as you approach Timor roundabout, because of the construction that's going on there, it gets a bit busy. However, I can see that heading out towards Wilson Airport, there's an issue there. I think that's near the petrol station next to the airport as you head out of Timor towards Langata. There's an issue there that's causing a bit of a delay, but let's know if there's anything major we should talk about. All the other roads, though, are just looking like they should look. Good morning.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down.
8 minutes after 9, this is Kenya's biggest conversation. It's Eric and CT. Ndu is away. We have a new guest in the studio, Felix Odiwuor Jalango, who wants to be the next Member of Parliament for Langata constituency. Before we welcome him into the show, the day's proverb.
Good morning, boys and girls.
The proverb of the day is brought to you by Aquafresh Fresh Gel.
If you are a flag, follow the wind.
If you are a flag, follow the wind.
A proverb from the kingdom of Lesotho.
You know, normally many proverbs usually give an observation.
They do.
Flags follow the wind.
They do.
Right? Or like the previous one from Lesotho, the one we had on Friday about footsteps in the water.
The water.
Yeah? There is no footstep in the water. What was it?
It was, one does not follow footprints in the water.
Yeah, one does not follow footprints in the water. It's both an instruction and an observation. This one of today is like an instruction. If you are a flag, follow the wind.
Then you will fulfill your mandate.
Then you will fulfill your mandate.
Yes.
As a flag.
Brush your teeth twice a day with Aquafresh Fresh Gel, the secret to long-lasting fresh breath, strong teeth, and healthy gums.
Jalango.
Yes.
Good morning and welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, Eric. Good morning, City. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well.
Thank you so much.
How are you doing?
I'm pretty much surviving.
Surviving.
Or holding it together. And can't complain. Thank you so much for inviting me over and having me here today.
No, karibu sana. We want to have a conversation with you today to, first of all, understand why you want to be MP, why you want to represent Langata constituency, but also give us your experience as a, first-time politician and how you've gotten in here. I mean, it must be a long journey and very many stories. So let's just step back into, this is Jalango, this is an entertainer, this is a content creator, this is somebody who is a public figure. What drove you into politics?
Wow. Number one, really I can say I already had a very big platform where I was reaching out to so many people and we were already doing a lot with the community. But I wanted a much bigger voice and politics provided for that. And not just politics. A political office would give you a bigger voice and a bigger access to the community to understand them better. So it started, I knew that I wanted to go for this, and I went to school first. And after my graduation, I knew that I was ready for this. And even the course that I went and took in campus, which is community development, resonated well with the journey that I wanted to take next, and this was politics. There's something about leadership when you have so many people who actually look up to you. They want a voice, their voice, they want to be heard, and sometimes they look at you as a representation and the voice that they could be heard on their behalf. Actually, that's why I went to politics.
You say bigger voice. I mean, you started by saying you had a voice and a platform. You were reaching out to very many people. That was also endearing you to the community. You were engaging with the community. But you felt that you needed a bigger voice, and politics gives you that bigger voice. Explain.
Very simple. You see, entertainers in Kenya, unlike out there where entertainment is a very big industry, the creative industry is so huge, and most of them have even bigger influence than many politicians. We haven't gotten to that threshold here. So politics back here at home definitely gives that much bigger voice if you want to work to the community, if you want to go out there in leadership and all. So that is one of the biggest platforms that you can ever have. A seat in parliament, a seat in the county assemblies, a seat in the Senate, and even the presidency.
What more does it give you that you didn't have? You're Jalango. You could go on radio. You could go onto your YouTube and other social media channels.
And you are the attention of people on a daily basis.
Including decision makers.
Throughout the country.
Throughout the country.
Yes. Does the voice get bigger than that?
What more does it give me that I didn't have? Really nothing. The desire to serve much more in a specific place, specific seat where you can actually be accountable. That is what the adrenaline that comes with it that makes it even a better thing to go for.
So it was also adrenaline, and also you wanted to. Could I be wrong to say you wanted to prove to yourself that you could do what this young man who has come from wherever you came from in your own growth and development, you wanted to attain something and feel that you can also be like all these other people when we see them?
No,
can also be mheshimiwa.
Not really. If it's talking about achievements and what we can do, God has been really faithful, and from where we sit now, definitely we've achieved a lot. And it was not about pleasing my ego that, you know what, we can also do this. Let's go out and also try. No, there's a case of wanting to do something for the community.
I'm still puzzled in this sense. I understand the need to be involved in the political process. I understand the need to want to be representative and to have the means to actually bring about change because of the position you have. That I understand. But how does it dichotomize from the role you've had in the media? Because if you ask me, it is an infinitely louder voice. The influence, you may not see it as being consequential, but it is far, far greater. You see, there's a freedom that you have when you're in the media, and if you have the position that you held. By the time you get to be a household name, that's influence.
That's true.
Not just influence, it's immense influence. Because people listen to you more than any other politician. They hear you. And if you're visible, they also see you more than any other politician, from the president to any that you may think of. So if you're talking about influence, these people whom we talk of are people you can call upon to come to your show. These are people you can converse with. So the changes that you think you would have made in that community or in the community you now want to represent, you can still point those things out. You can talk about them on a day. And again, let me put it, on a daily basis.
Of course, yes, on a daily basis, I don't deny. And we can. So it's not about pointing them out anymore. It is actually being involved in doing them. Being involved, directly being involved, being in charge, being accountable for it.
So I sense there's a bit of frustration then, that in your previous role and position and the platform that you had, you'd raise the people's concerns, you'd raise concerns, you'd then feel that the action that's necessary is taking too long. And
that's
you
very
want
true.
to be there to go
That's
and
very
do
true.
it.
How many things do you guys talk about here every day? How many complaints? Many. How many get implemented? What if?
Yes, the guest who was here before you, that's precisely what we're doing.
What if you had a chance to be part of the solution? That's it.
So this was it.
That's it.
And
be the solution.
You then got into this journey.
Yes.
So first of all, there was issues about your nomination and all. You overcame that. Now you have the ticket.
Now,
has the zoning brought in a new dimension?
Let me tell you something. There was no issue with my nomination. Forget about what you see on Twitter and all. You understand? There was no nomination that had been done. There was every other places where nomination was being done, people were being thrown out. And just somebody tweeted at Jalas pia yake imeenda. And from that, and when you have following, you have haters and you have people who love you and all. So it just went wild. And there was I was even accused of playing psychological wars with the party. You understand?
But did you play psychological? I saw you weeping, Jalang, on the video clip.
Myself? I never wept, bro. I never wept. I never wept. No, not anywhere.
I saw you complaining at some point.
I did not complain. I didn't complain. I
just
said...
You were just raising your issues.
I just said, I sent a tweet out and said, how special is this Langata seat that even the nominations are now being done na watu wanasema it's been taken. You get? Then we went for the nominations, which I won. And here I have the ticket to represent Azimio in Langata. Yes.
Are you the only Azimio candidate in Langata?
No, there are few. Zoning helped because so many other people dropped. But I think the zoning conversation also started a bit late when our principals also decided that, you know what, let's all go in, then we shall have to drop weaker candidates through opinion polls and all. But then IEBC was not in the same line with the principals. So by the time they were starting to drop people off, we already had names that had already been gazetted. So definitely they are in the ballot, but they know themselves that they are weaker candidates.
How many candidates are competing against you for this seat?
That would be, we were 32 who wanted the seat.
30 how many?
32. Then IEBC clearance sent us to 11. So we are 11 of us. Yes. Most of them independent. And we have 4 other parties. We have somebody from Fodasili, a candidate from Fodasili. We have NAK Kenya. We have KANU. Then definitely the incumbent vying under UDA. Yes.
How has it been so far?
Roller coaster. It's been a roller coaster. And you see, the primaries were crazy. Then you get through that. That's when you get the real monster. But if you go through the primaries and go through those party politics, then any other thing left is just you to put good strategies and win.
What is the real monster?
The real monster now is having to face an incumbent who's been there for 5 years, who's been with the community for the past 5 years, trying to tell the people that you can do better and you can represent them better, you can legislate better, and you could be a better leader.
That doesn't sound like a monster. That just sounds like, engaging with the people and convincing them,
and
selling them
so.
your agenda.
There's something about sitting behind the mic here and now going to the ground and listening to the people. For a very long time, I sat behind the mic and I would talk about politicians, interview them. You'd be seated here seeing that you can offer solutions. Not until now, you are involved in it in a day-to-day. That's when you realize it's a very different thing altogether.
How different is it? That's what we're trying to understand. Exactly how different is it? How
the
different
difference
are you finding
is,
it when you go out and engage with the community?
The difference is politics is one of the biggest equalizers in life, where you sit there and Mama Mboga actually runs on you and tell you know nothing. A boda guy tells you, listen, you can't do anything here until I say so. You get? And you have to humble yourself. People who you want to help are the people who already have solutions about what they want. And you're finding it even hard to articulate your issues because you already have issues. That's why, to me, actually just want to be a partner with the people of Langata. Not just a leader, a partner in providing solutions to the problems of Langata.
You said providing solutions or in enacting solutions? Because you've said, from what you've seen, the people you want to represent understand their problems and even understand the solutions.
There's something called participatory leadership, where you don't come here and tell us, nitaleta maji, nitaleta stima, yet you've not gone and asked them, what is it really that you people want? Okay? We'll be talking about kuleta stima, kumbe shida yao kubwa
si stima,
ni maji, you see? But you already have your manifesto and you want to bombard them with it, yet, these are not the things that they really want. So that's where the problem is. So you go in and be a partner with them, talk to them, listen to them, let you know what they are going through, be in their shoes, then you can actually decide on what do we do or how do we get solutions to our problems.
And how do you deal with that? Because, of course, Langata is big. it's not homogeneous.
Yeah.
You will go into one part of Langata, the issue is Maji. The next part, the issue is Stima.
So now, Langata is actually the biggest constituency in Nairobi, stretching from ICD Mombasa Road here, covering the whole of South Sea, down to Baricho Road, then the whole of Nairobi West. Then you take up on Bagathi, the whole of High Rise, bordering Kibra at Lindi Ward. Then down you go to Raila Village, then to Mugumoini. Mugumoini is where people know as Langata, where we have the Wilsons of today, Amref, that stretch of Langata Road. Then it goes and borders Ngong. And Ngong on Ngong Road. Then on this side, Rongai.
So Langata borders Kajiado County.
Kajiado County.
Okay.
And on this other end,
Machakos County.
Machakos.
Okay.
That's how huge. So Langata is very diverse.
What's the population?
Right now, as we talk registered, let's talk about the registered numbers of voters first. We have 147,400 registered voters, with up to almost 512,000 people who in a daily live in Langata and either go through Langata, do business there. That's the population.
About 500,000 people
would easily be there. But then again, what makes Langata different is we have much land. Now the whole park is in Langata. Then the Karen area, which is not densely populated like that. So in Langata, you have somebody today who is running to achieve some fitness and health issues. There's somebody else
who's running to go to work.
Who's running to go to work, or who has slept hungry.
Or running away from something.
Or running away from something.
So somebody who is looking to achieve fitness, lose weight. And there's somebody who has not had a meal.
Yes. Because, when you talk about Karen, people just think Karen is the affluent part of it. We have like slums there. We have Karinde, we have Kuwinda, we have Gataka, we have Bangladesh on that other end. So when people talk about Karen, the Karen that is not what
Karen actually
Karen actually is. Because now, in a typical home in Karen, you'd easily have 5 workers. Where do these workers come from? Definitely from the slums around there. Who are the major voters there? Then you come down again now where we have Raila Village and the decanting, where people moved from Kibra, where Raila was building the new high-rise buildings. But then there are people who didn't move into those homes. They went ahead and they live in the slums now. It's a place called Maskuma and also Raila Village. Then on this other end, we have Wilson. It's crazy. But the truth is, Langata should just work for Langata people. That's it.
As a member of parliament, your job would be to go and articulate the issues of Langata in the National Assembly.
Yes.
Okay? And this is not dealing with water, daily, steamer, garbage and such. It is dealing with something else. Because the job of Maji, steamer, security and all is the various MCAs. And how many wards in Langata?
5 of them.
The 5 MCAs from Langata going to the Nairobi County Assembly to articulate and ensure that there is budgetary allocation that can go and sort out the issues, or policy and programs that go and sort out the issues in Langata. So where then do you see yourself as the one? What are you, when the people are telling you these are our issues?
Now let me tell
what's
you,
your promise?
the people, number one, do not understand that water issue is not your issue. Okay? You see everything that you've listed. They still believe that, you know what, you must be the part of the solution of these things. All right? So it's just not about representation. It is actually also lobbying for some of these things to work out. Langata has one of the biggest water problems in this country. Langata itself. We have a place called NHC building with more than 1,600 homes. They receive water at least once in a week. You can imagine.
Just once?
Once in a week. And if they're lucky, twice. There's a new, very posh estate coming up. It's called Royal Park in Mugumoini. Beautiful homes. They've never been connected to the grid to date.
Grid ya stima?
Ya maji.
Oh, okay.
Then we have dam estate. It's called dam estate. But there's no water in the dam.
There's hyacinth in the dam.
You get, so if there's one thing that I would want to really make sure that I do, is to just ensure that we sorted this water problem once and for all.
Actually, I'm glad you mentioned it, because that is what I wanted to ask you. Does the whole of Nairobi get their water from one source?
They say we depend on the Kaini Dam, okay? Then to the reservoirs for the Nairobi water. Then they decide who gets it, when, and how, all right? So I've always known and always, I know that Ndakaini is where our water comes from, Ndakaini Dam. I don't know any other place where this water comes from. But now, if Ndakaini is full and the reservoirs are full, why can't you just let water come, all right? Why the rationing? So you get in, and when you start following up, that's when you get the whole problems. This water bowsers and all, I'm telling you.
The business.
That is where the business is. Then illegal connections, that's where the business is. Water could be flowing every day. But for somebody else's business to go on well, you must miss water so that they bring it to you. Yeah, so those are the things you're dealing with.
So what would you do?
Of course, yes.
What are you promising the people of Langata?
Of course, yes. At NHC, they have a borehole that they've always wanted us to commission. I went there, we saw it, but then I was told that I spoke to the MD Nairobi Water. It's called Muguna, Engineer Muguna. He said that, you know what, we can't do anything right now because the tender has already been awarded for the borehole to be completed and all.
Okay.
Then again, how many boreholes can you sink in an area?
Yeah.
Only enough. But then we could sink a few, have our own reservoir, and supply Langata. That's it.
You know, as you say it, because that is what came to my mind. When you have the areas we have within Nairobi and this population which keeps increasing, decentralizing even the source of water, is that not something that should have been considered? Because if you look at electricity and how electricity is actually channeled out, you will find that depending on the population and area, the very, very people who distribute electricity will make sure that they increase the distribution points so that you know that, yes, electricity comes, but it sits here before it actually now is farmed out.
That's true.
To the various places.
I wish water would be like that too. But the people involved in the water business are not seeing it like that. They need you to miss water. They don't want you to have water so that their business is on. That's it.
Which means they're more powerful than the authorities, or the authorities are the ones who are involved in that particular business.
Can you imagine paying rent, 30,000, and buying water again for more than 20,000 in a month?
It's costing you more than 60,000 shillings to live in that house.
To live in that house.
Let's take a break. It's 9:30. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. Felix Oduor Jalango wants to be the next member of parliament for Langata constituency. He's here with us in the studio, first-time politician, giving us the experience that he's going through, giving us an understanding of what he is getting from the people of Langata and what their needs are, and then seeing, okay, so how do you deliver this? Remember, Langata, I think, is one of those constituencies within Nairobi that has also been marked by the NCIC as possible hotspots for violence if things go south. And we've got to keep preaching peace. NCIC and SpiceFM are working together to just champion campaign, elections, Bilanoma. And of course, we'll ask you to go back to the people and tell them election Bilanoma is the way to go, right?
That's true.
Yeah. Time for a break. We'll be back shortly. Good morning.
No, you know, this wheelbarrow, how can you give people wheelbarrow? His party symbol is an umbrella. Is he distributing umbrellas in Makueni?
Have you been told if we don't lock between 10 to 4, this is what we're saving?
You try and call them, the same person who was in your house every day, because they know you are influential and you will give them votes. Call them after 1 month and see if they'll pick up their phone.
Don't tell your member of parliament that you want him to come and build a school, you want him to come and do a hospital. That is not the work of the member. Now that we have devolution in this country, these resources should go to those devolved units.
You have to have strong, independent institutions. And I mean, you have to have police who has the right to take the biggest town in the country and question, why did you do this and that, and send them to court if necessary.
Joel in Kericho, good morning.
Salama sana Eric, habari asubuhi.
Salama kabisa. Mbunge wako ni nani?
Anaitwa Silvanus Maritim, hapa ni Ainamoi.
Silvanus Maritim, Ainamoi.
Yes. Sasa ile juma nampambia yeye nini? Amalize aende. Asante sana.
That's it. Okay. It's cloudy in Nairobi, and it's going to be cloudy, although some parts of Nairobi will experience some slight sunshine. Highs of 22. Mombasa, rain showers through the day, highs of 27. Malindi, rain showers as well, highs of 28. Nyeri, rain showers, highs of 20. Nakuru town, mostly cloudy day at 23. No, it's Nakuru city. Kisumu city, highs of 23 in a sunny day. Eldoret, sunny day at 27. Kampala, Uganda, sunny day at 27. Jerusalem, Tanzania, sunny at 28. Johannesburg, sunny at 17. Lagos, Nigeria, rain showers at 29. Kinshasa, mostly cloudy day at 29. Paris, France, sunny day at 30. And New York, clear skies at 28. London, sunny day at 31.
Spice up your life.
Again, it's nothing to report in terms of what's happening on the roads. It's just that if it's wet, you know what you need to do. You need to make sure that you're driving slowly. It's dark. It's going to be dark and crazy on some parts of the roads. Please be careful. Nothing major, no incident to report on the roads at all. But should there be any that we haven't captured, just tag us on Twitter at SpiceFMKE.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
25 minutes to 10, the conversation continues with Jalango, who wants to be the next member of parliament for Langata constituency. Jalango, you've told us you've gotten into this with a clean heart, with the aim to transform the lives of the people of Langata. We've often heard that politics is dirty, politics is rough. You told us yourself that even just going through the party nomination exercise was tough, baptism by fire, and then now you're dealing with it. What are the challenges that one encounters? Okay, one of them was, of course, going to the community, and the community tells you, we are the bosses, we know what our problems are, and we know what our solutions would be, and we're looking for somebody who can offer those solutions. But there must be some more issues here and there, thorns on the road.
Oh, definitely one of the biggest thorns is the financial implications around it. Moving around, facilitation for the meetings, and definitely maneuvering through the vast constituency is another challenge.
So it's expensive?
It's a very expensive affair.
How much?
You can't quantify it because each and every single day it keeps on changing. You could have a budget that you want, and more people come to your event, and maybe you could facilitate their transports. When you want people on a Monday morning at a venue, it means that they have closed down their businesses and stopped whatever they are doing to come and listen to you. And some of the places where we go, people might want transport facilitation and things like that. All right, maybe you're seated with people and you give maybe refreshments and things like that. That one is a cost that you'll always incur.
So on average, how much would you spend, every day on meetings and mobilization?
You can't say how much. You really can't say.
Average. I mean, is it 10,000, 100,000, 500,000?
It's a lot. And I can't say that there's a day I said, I'm going to spend 50K. And it's that 50K that I spent. I either spent less or even spent more. So there's no budget. There's no political budget.
Let me ask the question. What do you spend money on?
What you spend money on first is transport. You see, you have your campaign trucks. You have your campaign team. You have your MCs. You have your drivers. You have people moving. That is just for transport moving, their meals and all. Okay? Then when you get to a venue, hiring a hall, because we are doing a lot of town halls. In Langata, we decided a lot of town hall makes much sense. You listen to people more, and they listen to you, and you articulate issues more. So when you get to a town hall, hiring of the venue, the seats, maybe you have refreshments for the people sitting down in an hour or two listening to you. You'd either even sometimes buy lunch for them at the facility. So those are some of the costs that come in.
So there's the hospitality.
The hospitality in it.
And then now you called it facilitation.
Yes.
Why are people being paid to attend your meeting?
We are not paying anyone to attend our meetings. What we are saying is that we facilitate for them to come. You understand? Let's say I'm going to Karen Ward. And the grounds where I am is that can carry the number of people that I want is, say, at Catholic University.
Okay.
People are moving all the way from Gataka. People are moving all the way from, let's say, Forest View. You understand? So you tell them that, you know what, come. Your leaders will organize on how you guys will be here. Yeah, those are some of the facilitation that we are talking about.
So it's
the logistics are around
of
it.
Bringing them there.
But not paying people that, hey, kwa sababu umekuja, shika.
Then kila mtu lunch.
I don't think so, no.
So are they demanding? Are they demanding cash
demanding.
handouts?
They're not demanding.
Are they expecting cash handouts?
No, they're not expecting it, because we are not telling them we are giving them. What we are doing is to make sure that we facilitate that they are at the venue.
You know, one of the things that...
or are you people talking about handouts?
That's what I'm asking. Are they asking for handouts?
No.
Right? Are you giving handouts?
Langata is a bit civilized. We are much civilized. They want to listen to you. They want you to talk about their issues more. They value what they will listen and what you'll talk about more than what you want to give them.
Okay.
Yes.
Beyond water, what have the constituents of Langata told you they consider to be a priority?
Definitely. The young people there will always talk about unemployment. And it's very absurd that Langata is one of the places where we have so many institutions that would easily absorb these young people. From ICD here, then you come hapa, unapata Ole Sereni iko hapo, unapata Eka hoteli iko hapo, hapo mbele Kebs is in Langata, Nema is in Langata,
Boma Hotel,
Kenya Literature is in Langata, Kenya Bureau, Kenya School of Law, Monetary Studies, Riara University, Strathmore, Cooperative University. There are so many institutions, government and private institutions that would easily offer employment. But most of them just ask, there's no one to help us knock these doors. Knock these doors to also help us in getting this employment. So that is one thing I also want to help and try, because it's just not going to knock, it's making sure that are actually qualified for some of these jobs that they do. But if for example, today, I went to the carnival, who I have a good relationship with. You know me, I'm coming from the private sector, where I've dealt with these people for a very long time. And we knock doors and tell them that, hey, you guys are hiring people. These are some 3 or 4 people from my constituency. This institution is in the constituency. Would you mind to hire these qualified people? If you knock doors, that is what that bigger voice that I was talking about much earlier. If I went, even if it's casual jobs and all, why would you have a staff van bringing people from I don't know where to come and you have people?
ICD.
People have
that would require though a better structured way of dealing?
Yes.
Do you have a proposal for that, a better structured way of dealing, where people, for example, apply or they send their names and you have a database of the various people who are looking for jobs, their various qualifications and skill set, and then you are able then to take that database to the very many employers and tell them, just get into this database and see who you can pick.
In my manifesto, I'm one of the few MNAs that actually had their manifestos out much earlier. I talked about having a resource center in every ward where these young people would come in and get some of these things, these resources for free, where you have your internet going on there, there's somebody to help you, maybe do an application, print some of these things, put you on a database and all. And definitely what you're saying is something I could easily pick, where I would have maybe an app, Langata Constituency app, where if you log in, you'd see the different young people with the different skills and all, and we would be able to point and say, this is Eric, this is Titi, he can be able to do this and this. And it's something I might be able to do.
Okay, so unemployment is big.
Very
and
big.
solutions for unemployment are wide and varied.
Is in Langata. The solution is in Langata.
Okay.
Yes.
What other challenges are there?
Wow. The other big challenge is land grabbing. I think Langata is one of the places that has faced that so much. People have really grabbed land there, and even community playgrounds, community open spaces. It is a fight that I don't want to get myself into now, but we must reclaim some of these places where was actually meant to be for community open places, must be community open places for community use. But you find so many people have grabbed those kind of spaces. There are thousands and one cases from Ngei too, where these guys have been using this playground for the longest time. It's been a community open space. Somebody just moved in a container claiming that is his land. And
that's it.
And you can't do anything.
Really?
Yes.
And people no longer have access to this public land.
We were at Ngei the other day, and the community are now coming together. There's a case already in court. But the audacity that some of these land grabbers have, this, you see, Ngei Estate is a gated community, all right? There's a gate, and then there's this land. And you move in and decide that, you know what, this is my land.
But let me ask, if we were to look at the ownership of that land and the title that represents that ownership, in whose name is that title?
You see, some of these spaces were never allocated title deeds, okay? It was just the community open space when the estates were being built. Langata was one of the well-structured estates. If you go into the old homes, the Ngeis, the Onyonkas, the Otiendes and all, it was a good home, good space for the kids to play, community center and all. But right now, somebody would just go put up a title deed. What can you do? If there was no title.
Actually,
So it's just the community to come out aggressively and say that, you know what, this is it. So what most of the people are doing are making sure that the title deeds are now registered under the estates.
The estate itself.
Yeah.
That's
so
a
that
big
is
one.
another very, very big issue. Yes.
About the amenities that you've talked about, you say every time you go to places, you've got to hire a venue, all right? So let's talk about public social halls and such public amenities. Secondly, talk about schools and hospitals. Do we have sufficient number of schools to cater for the children in Langata constituency?
Wow.
Public schools.
They're not enough. Look, for example, High Rise Ward, where Joash Olum Secondary School is the only public high school there, with a population of more than 200,000 people. And the only hall at High Rise is Canaan Hall, where you have to line up because there's an event on a daily because it's the only available public hall. So those are some of the things that we must do. And Langata also needs an extra the 4-star level 4 hospital in that place.
How many hospitals does it actually have?
You see, we really depend on St. Mary's.
Which is a private hospital.
Which is a private hospital. And definitely Mbagathi. Then we have a lot of other private hospitals. We have Nairobi West Hospital here. We have others in South Sea. But public
health facilities
are very few.
There's a dispensary in Gay, is it?
Yes, it's a dispensary in Gay. There's a dispensary in Gay. Then there's also this one that NMS did put up at High Rise, and they're not enough. The population is huge,
so they need more. More needs to be built. As a member of parliament, knowing that health is devolved, what would you do?
Lobby. That's it. Simple. Lobby for one. Try and push so that you go knock those doors. You know, most people just think it's just legislations and all. But lobbying, I think, is one of the biggest things that is left for a member of parliament.
You know,
because if you're not aggressive enough, the queue is long of people trying to.
Everybody has a need.
Everybody has a need. Before a member of parliament from Kapsabet gets to Kera to ask, or Kura to ask for a road to be built, you have to be aggressive enough. You need to knock those doors. You need to lobby enough for your people to have some of these things.
So what are your priorities? If elected as member of parliament, what are the priority areas that you see in the first 1 year, first 2 years, I've got to see change starting to happen in these 2 sectors or 3 sectors?
Like I told you earlier, I just don't want to be a leader. Remember, I told you I want to be a partner and put up a participatory leadership skill where we need to sit back. The problems of South Sea are very different with the problems in Nyayo High Rise. And they're very different with problems in Karen. Very different with problems in Mugumweni or Nairobi West. So they already have their committees and structures. So we first want to sit down with these leaders, the ward leaders, and list the priorities or the things that they want to prioritize first. That this is where we want, this in this area, this is what we want, this is what we want. Then from that, we start moving together. And we work together to achieve solutions. So I can't say that in the first 100 days, this is it. As much as water is a very key thing to my heart, this issue of water in Langata, I think it will be one of the first things that we need to push. Even if it's sinking a few boreholes immediately, we will. Yes.
You know, one of the things that I think one listens to, one hears, but one doesn't actually understand. Let me talk about myself. I don't understand. If I go to the Ministry of Health, I'm sure they'll have a blueprint of what it is they want to do for the health sector. If I go to the Ministry of Education, they'll have a blueprint. And for literally every constituency we have in the country. Now, you talk about lobbying. Okay? What can lobbying actually achieve? If there isn't something already budgeted for whatever it is that you want, if it hasn't even been prioritized that it will be done. The reason why I mentioned this is I think of something like roads, for instance. I remember I had a conversation with my member of parliament in the rural home that I come from. And I had never understood how these processes work until he explained it to me. That even if it is budgeted, even if it is allocated, actually getting it to the point where you may even tender for it. You may even know who is going to build it. But to the point where it actually gets done, he says it takes a very, very long time. Now, from your understanding of this, if you are going to become the member of parliament for Langata, and there are all these issues that you've laid out, and from what I have been told and understand, it takes a very, very long process. What do you think your lobbying will help achieve?
It comes back to what I told you. Yes. Let's say it's a road in Nairobi West. First, it will be to first know who is in charge of this road. Okay, you know, it's only in Kenya where roads have
Owners.
Authorities.
Yes.
Authorities around it. You don't know where it's Kura, Kera, Kenha. Is it a county road or what? So first to just know who is in charge. All right. If it was funds allocated, can we push so that funds are allocated to this? Because definitely the different departments in government have funds, and by the time they are sitting down and making their budgets, they are allocating. So can we have some of this roads of ours be allocated money? That is where now lobbying is. Because some of these things are even tendered. There even a contractor who is supposed to come on site. But for him even to come, you see. So going to ask and tell this guy, boss, you'd already been given this contract. Why are you not on site? Why are you not working? You see, those are some of the work now you push and be aggressive about. But my lobbying would actually make things work.
Why?
I think from where I come from and the aggressiveness that I have will knock those doors. Go for a instance here in Embakasi East. If you see the job Babu Owino has done with the roads, I asked him, where do you even get this money from? When other people are crying.
What's his answer? What's his secret? What's his
He said, boss, me, I go and ask for this thing. I just don't sit in parliament. I go, if it's Kera, I go there and sit there and make sure that, you know what, these things are done. You go there once or twice or thrice and they see you. They'll tell you, boss, tumekubali, tunaenda kutengeneza. And then when it's tendered and the contract is offered, go out there to that contractor and tell them, boss, you've already been given this contract. What is holding you back from coming to site? Those are some of the things that...
Do you think that's the right thing?
Yes. It is not the right thing to do. It is not the right thing. We have the ideal, but we have the reality. Let's not lie to you. We are in Kenya, boss. How many times have you heard that a road has been in the books that it is complete? According to the Kenyan government, this road is complete. Tarmacked, and we have street lights. When you go there, there's nothing. It's still a bush. Just because this guy, when this tender was offered and all, he did not push, he did not go and ask, he does not even know the contractor.
Accountability.
The accountability. Go there and represent your people well. Go there and ask things for your people. Let things be done. Some of these things we hold back, yet it is with the voice that you have, you can have it done.
You can get it done.
Yes.
Jalango, as we conclude, there are many people who, as they go into this election, they would say, look, we tried young people, especially from the entertainment sector and, student leaders and all in the last two elections, and we feel let down. There's a journalist, there's a musician, and they just say,
don't compare me with we will not sit here and you compare me, Eric, with other people.
Do you think?
No, give me a chance and try me, so that when they complain, they complain about Jalango. They're not complaining about somebody else.
I want to ask you, from your experience.
Do
you think it is a fair judgment?
No, it's not a fair judgment. Why? It's not a fair judgment because we've not been given a chance. We are different. You guys are journalists here. We have how many radio stations?
Many,
all right? Doing the same job. But there are few that are being listened to. You understand? So you can't judge a radio station somewhere that has zero listenership with what you are doing. And then you say that all radio stations in Kenya are work. No. I'm seated here in the biggest radio show in the morning. You understand? The biggest conversation, because I know the value of this conversation. You understand? And that's why I didn't go somewhere else. And you called me and I came because I know. So I can't compare this. Yes, they are both radio stations, but you can't compare them.
Felix, what you say is true. But remember, representation in this country is one of the most misused positions that anybody can ever come across. You look at the budgeting, you look at the money that are available, and you look at what has actually been done, or the absence of what ought to be done. It all goes down to representation. So when somebody is aspiring to represent the people, unfortunately, we must drag you through the coals for the simple reason that too many people make too many promises which they never fulfill. And at the end of those promises, or broken promises, are people whose lives get worse instead of having gotten better, because the promises were that their lives will be better.
You know, the thing is, number one is when you do not understand your role. You go out there, maybe you're popular, you have a name, or you have money to sweep votes your way. Then when you get in, that's when you realize, kumbe this job was not what I applied for.
Yeah.
But you see, like I told you, first I went to understand what leadership is. And where I took a course where I can work with the community. You see, know them and understand them. What we can do together and what we can do. Do not overpromise, but be loud enough about the things you've been able to do and be able to achieve. And I will be loud about them. And people will see a different side of me in leadership, not just in comedy, not just in marketing, not just in running a marketing agency and things like that. Not in the entertainment, but also being in the creative industry. I think the youth of Langata are very lucky. If you have talent and all, this is the time. This is the time that one of your own is going to make sure that you blow up soon and very soon.
Jalango, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you so much, and I don't want to leave without sending a few shout-outs to my people.
Please do.
You can't have called me here and don't ask me to ask for votes.
Salam. I
want to really thank my Langata family and the Langata people from Mugumoini, Karen, Nairobi West, South Sea, and High Rise, all the 5 wards. Thank you so much for everything that you've done to me so far. The meetings that we've had, the campaign trail that we're having. I'm still asking you humbly to continue holding me as we go through this last remaining 29 days. We are here to make Langata a better place and the model constituency in Nairobi. Vote for me. My name is Felix Odiwuor. I was not able to get the name Jalango on the ballot paper, and that's why it is just Felix Odiwuor. The reason is we signed an affidavit definitely with a party, and the certificate read Jalango, but IEBC said, you know what, this affidavit cannot pass here. Okay. So we remain.
So the name on the ballot paper is
Felix Odiwuor,
and the party symbol
is Chungwa, ODM.
ODM,
yes,
the orange.
The orange.
Asante sana.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate it. Thank you for the chance.
Asante. Thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation today. We'll be back tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Do have a lovely day. Again, Ramadan Makbul. No, it's not Ramadan. It is what?
Eid
Mubarak. Good morning.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. It is all systems go for the Nairobi Gubernatorial debate slated for later today at the Catholic University for Eastern Africa main campus in Karua, Nairobi. The debate is organized jointly by the Media Owners of Kenya, Media Council of Kenya, and the Kenya Editors Guild. The debate will be live across all TV stations and social media platforms. Nairobi County residents had until Sunday